What's up, guys? Good morning. Gotta get my phlegm situated. What's up, guys? There we go. That's better. I'm still trying to get acclimated. What's going on, guys? Let me get this music situated here in just a second. There we go. All right, I think we're good. I need to put that on my Stream Deck somehow. I need Stream Deck to interface with Epidemic somehow. I've looked. There's no plugins. Like there's no way to do that I know of. It would be nice if I could. Like Stream Deck has a plugin for Spotify, but they don't have one for Epidemic. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why. Why is Spotify get the special treatment and Epidemic doesn't? I don't know. Either way, good morning, guys. What's going on? Nick from Vegas, what's up, man? ZFG, damn Yankee, Young Gaming Explorers. This morning, Spur, in school right now, but that ain't stopping me from watching that. Man, times have changed, right? When I went to school, you couldn't watch nothing. You couldn't watch anything. You just had to sit there and pay attention. Like, you couldn't do anything. Man, I wish I could move this window somewhere else. Like, this isn't a good spot for that. Idiotly, what's up, dude? This is Ola. Agrid, what's going on? Good morning. Tac1, what's up, man? Good morning. Good morning to you all. I hope you're having a good, it's Tuesday, right? I can't even keep up with time anymore since my kids have been out of school for snow days. This had me all jacked up. Put that down a little bit. Let me know if the music's all right. If that's an acceptable volume. So we're back with Railroader today because we have to play the hell out of this game if we want to get anywhere in it, right? Like, you have to play this game like crazy. Homeschooling the boys and listening. That's cool, dude. I have much respect for anyone that homeschools their kids. During COVID, we had to homeschool our kids. Let's see, they let them out on spring break and they never went back to school. So everything from spring break until the end of the school year, we had to homeschool. Like every week we had to go to the school and they would give us a paper sack full of stuff, and then we would have to take that and go over the stuff with the kids, and it really, like, it sucked. Spur's not a good teacher. That's why I don't do tutorials and stuff like that. I'm not a teacher. Not a teacher. This is your own virtual. That's cool. That's way cool. Times have changed a lot, guys. They really just have. All right, so we're back in Railroader at 1640. It looks like we're kind of getting close to ending the cycle for the day. I think what we're basically just doing is waiting on these guys to load up so we can tack these on the 511 train and take them south to Silva. Like, everything's kind of waiting on that, right? It's all banking on this right here because it takes so freaking long to load these wood racks up. We may have to sleep it a bit, right? We may have to sleep it a bit. How's the stream looking, guys? How's it look? How's it sound? It shows we're dropping a few frames here, but not too terribly bad. I think we're okay. Let me know how it looks, guys. So this is learn art. I'm learning being an NCO in the Army and an elementary school teacher is different, but oddly similar. You sound a little great. All right, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's showing like it's kind of good, but it's... Yeah, the connection isn't that great for some reason. I don't know why. It's better. Like, it's not as bad as it has been, but it's doing a little bit here and there, so we're going to see how this plays out. Hopefully it gets better. I don't know. I don't know. It's level 3. It's their main internet backbone. Like, we have to go through Denver. Everything we have to do goes through Denver. And the connection to Denver sucks for some reason. So, yeah, it's not our ISP, Italy. It's beyond them. It's level 3. Level 3 is like a major internet backbone company in the United States. Like, they're not an ISP. They're who the ISPs connect to, right? Like, level 3 is one. I think it's called Lumen now. It's changed names a few times, right? There's another one, Hurricane Electric. That's another one that's a major internet backbone. So it's something going on with them. I don't know. I have no clue. Hopefully it'll be okay. It seems kind of okay at the moment. It's kind of coming and going. Bam, what's up, dude? Says I can confirm the game does require. Yeah, it's a huge time sink. If you really want to get anywhere in this game, you have to play the hell out of it. Like, there's no casual playing this game if you want to get somewhere. Unfortunately. I wish there was. I wish there was a slider that you could adjust that increase the amount of money you got. That way you can move through it faster if you wanted to, right? Like, you could do it normal, like no help, or bump it up and max that thing out where you could get a lot of money for people like me that play it once in a while could progress, right? We all have similar names. We just gave it, right? Exactly right, dude. Yeah, it is. It's a huge time sink. It really just is. I wish you could speed it up a little bit. But anyway, we're going to speed this thing up. We're going to go through some time here. Actually, you can do it right here now. And they completely... Let's do an hour. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. Let's keep going. Before we advance it anymore, we better go check some other places and make sure we're not skipping something that's like muy importante for us. Right, and I'm thinking more about the log job, right? Yeah, this dude's ready to go. He's ready to go. So we gotta take him to Whittier real fast. I'm worried about the sawmill. He may be close to shutting down. My whole, you know, we talked about this last time. My whole system got completely and totally freaking jacked up. It's still not right. It's still like the whole system is completely and totally jacked up. I don't think it's ever going to be right again. I had it running so good, and now it doesn't because of me accidentally skipping that day. What are we at? So, yeah, they're almost out. We gotta make a few log runs before we can end the day. Yeah, we gotta make a few log runs before we can end the day. Says Young Gaming says, hey Spur, I've been wanting to be a CSX train conductor for quite some time. Any advice you got? Yeah, you gotta love being gone, right? You gotta love being gone from home a lot. If you have any kind of life outside of the railroad, it's going to suck. If you're single, dude, and you just want to work and make that money, you'll be all right. If you're getting married and having kids and stuff like that, be prepared to be gone for a long time. As far as advice is like how to get hired, I couldn't tell you, dude. It's completely changed. I don't know. I don't even know how they do it now. It was way different when I did it, right? It's completely different. Okay, he's on his way. I think all this stuff is good down here, right? Let's double check. We've got a few cars we could pull. I mean, we could go ahead and... We may as well grab these and send them on south. I mean, we're not really doing anything else at the moment, so we could just grab them and send them south. Yeah, let's take this dude. Let's take the 601. We'll go ahead. We'll grab him. Let's grab. Oh, there we go. Gotta play Railroader again. Yeah, Railroader's fun. I enjoy it. I wish it wasn't. I don't really mind it being grindy. It's just, it's like I said, I play this game maybe once or twice a week, so it's really hard for me to get anywhere in this game. I wish you could advance. I wish you could speed that up a little bit for the casual players. With the right amount of people, it's great. You're talking about multiplayer? Yeah, multiplayer is a blast in this game. I've done multiplayer before. It was a lot of fun. I'd love to do another one sometime. Just have to wait and see how that goes. Yeah, Young Gaming. My biggest thing would just, like I said, is just be prepared to be away from home a lot. And like I said, it's completely different than when I did it back in the day. When I did it back in the day, pool jobs didn't have days off. You just worked and worked and worked and worked and worked until you marked off sick, and that was your day off. You know, and usually I would do that about every, like if I was hanging on to a pool job really good and steady, I would get I would get about 6 trips in, which was around 2 weeks worth, right? So I would mark off sick about every 2 weeks. And usually I would do it like a Monday through a Thursday. You don't have to do that now, though. I think they all have all have like assigned rest days, right? Yeah, MP is what we play. Name my line, the dummy line, stupid fast rate. Yeah, that's the thing about multiplayer. You can move through this stuff a lot quicker because you got multiple people. Really, for me, like the time sink in this game, like it's a lot of time, like getting everything taken care of, but it's also a lot of time, like waiting on the pulpwood load. Like we got to wait on that, right? There's not much we can do. Okay, so we're gonna grab these cars off and yeah, we're gonna have to do a little switching. We need to tack them onto the head end of these, but we need these to be on the head end of the other cars, so we're gonna have to do a little bit of rearranging. That's okay. The 511, he's nowhere near close to being heading south, so we're good with that. I need to figure out where my passenger train is. I'm still new to having this game. Is the Waypoint a mod? It is on the experimental branch, dude. When you go into Steam and you can pick what branches you're doing, it's the experimental branch. So, but the trade-off is that if you do the experimental branch, sometimes not all the mods will work if you've got mods. So I only have a handful of mods. They all work with the experimental branch, so I don't sweat it. But this dude's good. Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll just grab these off. Okay, so we need to take this guy. The Waypoint deal is a game changer. I'll be honest, I wouldn't have played this game nearly as much if it wasn't for the Waypoint deal. That did not show up, only got the basic one. Are you playing on the experimental branch? If you're playing on the experimental branch, really? You don't have it on Steam? You don't have that showing up? It should. That's what I'm running. It works great too for an experimental branch. It works great. I don't see any problems with it whatsoever. No experimental branch. I'm looking now. Weird. I don't know what the deal is with that then. But yeah, this is experimental, absolutely. Says you got run 8, you got an email a couple days after. You would get an email a couple of days after to confirm. Email never came back. Did you you need to email their support. Let them know. Tell them what email you used. Roughly when you got it. You need to check spam folders and all that stuff too. I know a lot of people have problems with that stuff going to spam. All right, cool. Here comes our log job. Hopefully we're not going to have an accident here. We may witness an accident, guys. I'm not going to intervene. I'm just going to let it do what it do. Oh, this was over a year ago? You don't know? Yeah, I know that was an issue in the past. I don't know if it still is or not. All right, come on, dude. Get out of here. You gotta go. Yeah, they'll wind up hitting you. It's like there's no detection between them. Come on, go. Go. Are we good? Because he's purely looking at, like, going towards the waypoint. He has zero clue what's ahead of him right now, right? This was on Run 8 Studios. Yeah, I wish I had a better download system. I wish I used PayPal, too. PayPal would make it a lot easier. Like, all my gaming funds comes out of PayPal, so it's a lot easier to keep track of that stuff. You think you're looking at the wrong place in the menu? You're going to look at, hang on. Get these 50 bazillion windows that I got going on here. You're going to look at properties. I'm trying to think where was that at? It's under betas. Right click on Railroader, go to properties, and then when that little when that window pops up, go to betas, and then it's going to be under beta participation. And you can find it there. I'm kind of surprised it's not on like a full release now. I like, is there any bugs with this branch? If there is, I haven't noticed them. It's nothing like game breaking or crazy. You know, I haven't noticed anything major. The Steam page. The Steam page where you bring it up in Steam, right click on it and hit properties and then go to beta. Don't even start the game. You're not even in the game. You're not even in the game. Okay, let's get this guy. Let's take him back. So we got some more cars we got to get. Yeah, we got a ton of log cars. That's, oh, I didn't grab the right one though. Doggone it. Number 3. Let's take number 3. Man, they're already unloading. They're not messing around. Okay, yeah, he's cut off. Just pull him up a little bit, get him off of that. Drifter, what's up, dude? How you doing? Good morning. So that would explain a lot. Yeah, it's completely separate. It's in Steam. Don't even start the game. Like, the game's not doing any. This is all Steam. This is Steam side, which is a really cool feature. I love that about Steam. That you can pick, like, if a game developer has different branches available, you can just pick it and do it. It's actually, it's a pretty neat feature to have. I used to be really anti-Steam. Back in the day when Steam first came out, I was like, I'm not, like, I want to own my games. I want a physical copy of my games, right? Like, I want my game in my hand. I was big time against Steam. It took me it took me a while to get on board with Steam. And finally I saw the light. Okay. I think number 3, he's doing his thing. Is he good fuel wise? Is he good fuel? Yeah, he's I think we can catch him the next trip. He needs some water. I think we can catch him the next trip. Okay, that's all good. What's 601 is sitting down here. Let's sort this mess out. So what we need to do with the 601, you grab these cars, set them over, then go back over, and then grab those cars and put them back on top. So how to get it organized that way a little bit. Like, I'm gonna come out of this music real fast. Let's do that. Don't need all that. Did you get it? Bam! You figured it out. You found it. But once you got it, like, it's super easy. It's really nice. It's like, one of my big fears with Steam was like, what if Steam goes down and then I don't have access to any of my games? You know, honestly thinking, like, all the years that I've had Steam now, I can't think of a single time that I've got, like, Steam hasn't been available. It's really kind of crazy. You want to look at how to download Run 8 the right way before you get it? I think it's a lot better now. I think if they send you, you know, if you buy it, I think everything's automated. Like, it just, because before they used to have to answer, like, each request manually and, like, send the game that way and do all that stuff. It was really kind of involved, but I think it's all automatic now. All right, so we're gonna set these guys over. Shove these in. Come back over, grab these shorts, and then put them on the head end, and then we'll be good to go. Yeah, I need to get back in Run 8. I just haven't decided what I want to do next. I know someone had asked about me working the local on 720. Devious, what's up, dude? This is good morning. What tier are you on currently? It varies. It varies. Not everything's maxed out. I don't want everything maxed out. I think tier 4 is the highest I've got on anything. Yeah, tier 4 on the sawmill. I think some people had advised against doing tier 5 for some reason. Tier 3 on Robinson Gap coal. That's the one I really, if I have anything at T5, it's going to be that one. That needs to be that one needs to be maxed out. Paperboard's only tier 3 right now. I don't have enough pulpwood cars to do tier 4. I think the sawmill is the only thing we have that's tier 4 at the moment. Everything else is like tier 3 or younger, or lower than that, not younger, lower than that. You're gonna look into it, but if it goes south, you're gonna rage. So yeah, no, there's no need to rage, dude. They'll get you hooked up. All you gotta do is like get in touch with support. They'll get you taken care of. You don't know why, but you love running locals a lot. Yeah, locals are fun. They're not bad. They're not bad. I wish Run 8 had like a better customer management system, or an add-on or something, some kind of plugin or something that you could look at like each customer and say, hey, this customer gets he takes like 6 cars a month, right? Or 6 cars a year. You know, some customers, like, it's only every few months they get cars. It's not like every day or every week or whatever. There's no real like good way to do that and build your your trains that have your customer orders in it, right? It kind of that part is kind of lacking a little bit to me. I wish there was a better way to manage all that. Just picked up the game yesterday to start, so just starting. Glad to see you playing to get some tips. Yeah, I could give you some tips, dude. Don't expand too fast would be my first tip. Make sure you got enough cars and locomotives to handle everything before you expand, because I expanded too fast and I paid for it big time. I had to work my ass off. Like, after I expanded, it was a big deal. Okay, this dude, so we need to shove, yeah. We won't shove them yet. Okay, let's come back over. Let's grab these shorts and we'll stick them on the head end. And then we'll come back over. Okay, while he does that, let's check out Numero Trace. I think he's pretty much good to go, right? Yeah, he's good. He's good. All right, let's take him down. Whittier's getting all the log cars today. They're getting everything. Go shove on top of those. Now we come back down here, grab this guy. Yeah, Railroaders definitely, it's a game of multitasking too, honestly. Backside, what's up, dude? Good morning. How you doing? Like some kind of paperwork, or yeah, they need a better system for working with the customers. They really do. That's the one thing like that I've always said. Like I love the depot. I think they've done a tremendous amount of work, but I feel like all the servers that I've looked at, multiplayers, the perpetual servers, the customers are always overworked. They generate too much traffic, if that makes sense, right? Like every little mom and pop place is like generating a ton of traffic, and that's why on these servers you'll see a lot of locals are like 50, 60, 70 cars. You know, there were so many places that I worked in real life that were like once in a blue moon. Like every once in a while you would go there, but it wasn't like you worked every single customer every day. You didn't. You only had a few that you hit up regular. Everything else was just as needed. Eric, what's up, Deuces? Morning Spur. How we doing? We're doing good, dude. Good for a Tuesday. Not bad. Snow's melted, or just about melted. We still got our snowman in the front yard, but it's about gone. Gonna get brutally cold Sunday. Sunday and Monday, I think we might get some more snow. Everything's thawing out, though. Yard jobs are fun, too. I like working Waycross in Run 8. I like working at yard a lot. I'd like to work Norris. Norris would be a good one to work on the NS side. You say these ads are aggravating. Is YouTube slamming with you? It's not. They're not supposed to be that often. But you think of it as this way: every ad you watch, Young Gaming helps Spur out, helps your boy Spur out big time. It's like every 2 minutes. Really? They shouldn't be. They shouldn't be coming up that often. Brother Slug, what's up? It says nothing sobers railroader up than touching a cut lever barehanded, right? Maybe 5 minutes. Okay, we got this guy. I remember one time when I was working, I did something really dumb. It's probably the dumbest thing I ever did on the railroad. Honestly, I was lucky I didn't get hurt. We were kicking cars at the paper mill one night, and we were kicking a lot on the north end of the paper mill in this little yard they had, and it kind of went downhill into the yard. And we had several to kick. Like, we were kicking them in multiple tracks. Man, we had it going big time, right? And I got really comfortable and lazy with it. And for some reason, I was facing the cut like he was coming to me, kicking. And I just grabbed it and pulled the cut lever, and then was just going to take a couple of steps backwards and hold the cut lever up for him to give the kick. And I tripped and fell. I fell backwards by the cut of cars. And that was the dumbest thing I ever did. Like, I remember falling back and just seeing those cars that car go by me, you know, and I was like, I don't know what in the hell I was thinking doing that. Like, it was by far the dumbest damn thing I ever did in my life on the railroad. Okay, so we're good. This guy, he needs some fuel. That usually pops your arm out doing that. Yeah, it's the only time, it was the first and last time I ever did. I don't even know why I did that. It's just, you know, he was already kind of coming to me, and I was walking back to him, and I just grabbed it. I was just going to cut it and like hold it up just long enough for him to make the cut, and I don't know. No, I didn't dislocate my shoulder. I was fine. I was absolutely fine, other than just falling backwards. Okay, this dude, he's going to go down here and fuel up. Yeah, no, I didn't bother my arm at all doing that. It was just the falling part that scared the shit out of me. Like, falling beside those rolling cars, and they're like right there beside you. Yeah, I was all bundled up too. It was cold as hell. I had on coveralls and clothes, like jeans and flannel shirts and all kind of stuff up underneath, so I was bundled up like the kid on A Christmas Story, so the actual hitting the ground didn't hurt me. None of that hurt me. What is going on? Oh, whoa. Stop. I think we need to stop. This dude needs to stop. Yeah, let's stop. Stop. Right here, dude. Right here, just stop. I didn't realize they're a log job. Could have been turned into chop port. Yeah, that was the thing. Like, that was what scared me more than anything out of that. If I'd flailed my arms out or done anything, it could have been a bad day, right? Or if I fell to the side a little bit instead of straight backwards, it could have been bad. Worst thing I couldn't stay getting is lock couplers. Even when you try to cut the car, it just won't. Right, that or never been seriously injured in your time on the railroad. Yeah, that's I can say the same thing. I wasn't there very long, just a few years, but I never got hurt either. That was like I said, that was by far the dumbest thing I ever did. I learned like that was really kind of eye-opening to me. I've been doing it for a while. Like that was a little bit before I quit, about 6 months before I quit. So I've been doing it for a few years. I was standing for like everything on the railroad. I was working at that good yard job, so I felt like I just got really comfortable with it, like really super comfortable. Plague, what's up, dude? Good morning. It just goes to show how quick like things can go south and you can get hurt out there really, really super quick if you're not like even the oldest of old heads. Young guys, old heads can get complacent doing that job when it's a routine and you're doing the same thing day in and day out. So it definitely taught me never get too comfortable. You watch the rookie crush his fingers in a knuckle and that sucks. When I worked, we had a guy, I remember this. We had several people get killed on CSX right about the same time. It was about 3 different people within like a few weeks. One guy was on a bridge gang. He was maintenance away. He's part of a bridge gang, and somehow he got all 4 of his fingers mashed off. They were doing something with a bridge, and he got all of his fingers mashed off, and he died of shock. He died of shock from that. Had another guy. Let's see. I'm trying to think what happened. He was working a local. He got ran over by a car. He got ran over by a car somehow working a local, and then I can't remember the third one, but I remember it was a bad deal because they came down like really hard. I remember my dad, he had pulled a cut lever. He was doing a local when the engine pulled away. The airbase kicked something up like a rock or something, almost hit him in the head. Glad he wasn't hurt. Yeah, that's true. Be careful with the air hoses. Places not much, just working on locos for the game. Was listening to music, see you streaming, so I thought I'd hang out for a bit. I appreciate it, man. Thanks for stopping by. Joe Royd, what's up, man? It says hi, everyone. First 24 hours of your job are the worst time when starting your career. Autocorrect is annoying. Yeah, that's a true story. All right, we get this guy loaded up. Serviced and taken care of. We got to get the number 3 taken care of, and then we're done up here. We're just waiting on those pulpwood cars to get loaded. That's the thing. Like that's what's taking forever for us. Okay, let's get manual on this guy. Let's pull him ahead just a little bit here. I gotta figure out what we're going to buy next. I'm not sure what I'm going to spend my money on next. Like, we got some money. I just got to scooch him up just a little bit. There we go. Perfect. What do we got? We got 19,326. So we've got some money. We really need some more pulpwood cars. Honestly, like we don't have quite enough. What do you need in terms of power stock? Dude, like on my railroad, there's never enough. I feel like the pulpwood cars are the more pressing issue. Had near miss with air hose actually not that long ago. Turned away from the cut a little too late and nearly took glad hand to the face. Oh no. They told us a story of a guy, a new hire, that had tried to bust the air hoses by hand with them pressurized. Like he didn't turn them out, and when they busted, they came like the glad hand came over and hit the dude in the face and shattered his facial bones. Why you would try to break them by hand, I don't know. I don't know, but weird stuff happens, right? Wasn't long after retire that a replacement, a new hire fell off a moving car, guy's legs cut off. All the guys who were with me suddenly understood why I was such a prick. Yeah, it can happen. It can happen so easy, like in the blink of an eye. That's one thing. Like I said, complacency. You can't be complacent on the railroad. You always have to have your head on a swivel, looking for potential things that could go wrong, because it could definitely happen. Okay, let's cut this guy off. Let's move him. Take him south. Select. We'll bring him down here, hold him up. Okay, yeah, this guy's done. We can clear him up now. Yeah, Bam, once you get hooked up on that experimental branch and you start working with this these waypoints, you're going to love it, dude. It's a game changer. Like I said, I wouldn't play this game nearly as much. Complacency kills. Yeah, it absolutely does. It absolutely does, especially when you got 50 bazillion different things that can hurt you. So how far west you expanded to? I didn't catch your reply about power because YouTube froze. I didn't hear about needing more pulpwood cars. Yeah, power I'm not sure about. I'm holding off on power right now. I need more pulpwood cars than anything. We've only gone to we've only done Alarka. We haven't done the Y yet. I probably need to do the Y. That'd be nice to have. I think probably get that. We've got the fuel stands for our dieselization. They're still in the process of being installed. So I think really right now, more than anything, just more pulpwood cars, because it's like the pulpwood, the rotation that I have going with pulpwood cars is very, very tight. If I miss anything, then it jacks everything up. So I need more. I probably at least need to double my pulpwood cars. Let's take this guy forward. Oh, wrong one. Never mind. Stop. Why is it not grabbing? There we go. Now it's got it. Now let's take him ahead. Fuel this guy up. Stop, 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 stop. Having the Y and the branch to Larka itself definitely help with turning the coal train, run it towards Larka, and then back through the Y and up to the mine. Yeah, that is a good idea. I never have to just back it in, right? Then you don't have to do all that running around and stuff there in the yard, or not a yard, at the coal mine. That is, yeah, that is a good idea. I never even thought about that. Yeah, I think Y and pulpwood cars, honestly. This is our engine roster here. Yeah, I'm not really like power. We need some more power. I don't think it's too terribly pressing right now. Yeah, we've got a good bit of pulpwood, but it's still just not enough. Only problem with steam pulling power is that it never continues. As the tender starts getting light, you lose that pulling traction. Yeah, you know, honestly, I never thought about that, but yeah, I could see that. The weight of the tender helping the tractive effort a little bit. We've got a little dieselization. We've got the 2 F units, and we got the SW1. Those are good. Those are good purchases. They've worked out really good for us on the railroad. Right, let's get this guy topped off. Let's go look at Walker, let's see what's going on up here if this guy's loaded up and ready. Almost. Almost. It's going to be a night trip for the 511, but that's par 4 of the course. It always works out that way. 5:10 in the morning, 5:11 at night. I'm running Silva. I'm running it's not very high because I don't have the pultwood cars to do it. I'm only tier 3 right now. I'd like to bump it to tier 4, but we need more wood racks for that. See, this is my idea for like the traffic flow. I'd like to have wood racks on the spot at the plant, wood racks being loaded, and then wood racks in transit. So 3 sets, right? On the spot, loaded, and in transit at the same time. And I don't like, it's kind of close. And then take into account cars that need to be shopped, repaired, that kind of thing. When I take them out of service, it completely jacks everything up. So I need more cars to like cover that. I need a glut of cars. I'd rather have too many than not enough. The Erie triplex failed because the firebox wasn't big enough for the size of the engine. They just contributed to it. You ever had an engineer use the independent when you're riding your car? Yeah, they used to all the time. Especially on the paper mill job, we didn't lace the air inside the plant. Everything was bled. That was like one of the first things that we did when we took inbound cuts into the yard there. We'd bleed all the cars. Okay, so he's almost loaded. I had a somewhat of a new engineer one time try to spot cars with a dynamic brake. Yeah, that didn't work out at all. That didn't work out at all. Like, we kept figuring out, like, trying to figure out what in the hell was going on. Like, why were they not responding to our car counts? Like, we were having to give like progressively longer and longer car counts. It turned out they're trying to switch with they're trying to use exclusive dynamic brakes switching. I don't even know, like, I don't even know how that happened, honestly. Kenny, what's up, dude? Good morning. Okay, this dude's ready to go. Let's stick him out of the way over here for now. Let's grab onto those. Ivory, what's going on, dude? Doing some local work, a little bit. Trying to make that muddy, dude, so we can advance the railroad. We might buy some wood racks. We really need some more wood racks, so we may do that before we end this cycle, right? Before we sleep, we may buy some. Let's look at them. I can't remember how much it costs. They're not a whole heck of a lot. $864. It's not bad. We can get 10 or so. I think we could, yeah, we could do 10 easy. What is the Y? What is the Y at a Larker cost too? $1,500. Yeah, we could put the Y in as well. You got your starting date for this short line, January 27th. That's awesome, dude. I'm glad. Congratulations. Everyone, give if you, I don't know if we got any channel members in here or not, but you hit them up with some dubs for that. That's awesome, dude. I had a feeling when you said you're going for a physical, I figured you were pretty far in the process that they're going to do a physical on you. Usually, like, generally they don't spend that money unless they're pretty certain. And unless they're pretty certain they go hire you, right? Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Young Gaming. The dubs there. Yeah, that's awesome, dude. I bet you're stoked, right? Okay. So we're waiting on 800 him to finish loading up. And what do we got? Here's the number 1. We better do something with this passenger job real fast. Yeah, let's do something with him. See if we can get this guy running back north real fast. This thing is something I definitely need to replace because the amount of fuel that he holds just really sucks. Right? It's like I want something that could run the trip and not have to stop and get fuel. I mean, really. Eric Wood says, I applied CSX the other day. 2 days later, my application was moved up for review. Haven't heard anything since. That's cool. That's cool. Maybe it'd work out for you, Eric. No more remotes. No class 1B. That's the thing. There's so much. There's like, is it just me, or is there like, there's a lot of politics involved with class 1s? You know, it's just, there's so much, there's so much more to it than just doing the job. You know, you fight, like, you constantly fighting for your money and, you know, fighting against, like, how they're manipulating the turns on the board. Like, it was just, it was always something. It was always something. It was always a huge headache. Young Game says, I hate remotes. Yeah, remotes suck. I remember when they put them on, they tore everything up. They literally did. They tore everything up all the time. The bowl in Birmingham, they were all the time derailing something. Like every single day. Derailing something up there. Now, why? Have you heard about Steam is developing its own OS to run games better than Microsoft? What do you think? I haven't heard that, dude. I didn't know anything about that. I had no clue. It would be interesting to see. I would consider it. I absolutely would consider it. I don't know how that would work out because, like, Microsoft's cornered the market on everything. I don't know how they could completely pull that off, but it'd be interesting to see. G25, A23, A26, T22 come to mind for small passenger power with fuel capacity. Yeah, I need to start thinking. It's hard for me to put money into passenger stuff in this game. I know I should, right? It does make money, but I don't know. All right, we need to run this guy up to we'll take him to Whittier, let him do his fuel stop there. Whittier's the intermediate point for him, so he just about always gets fuel in Whittier. We'll take the numero uno up here. Stop a little bit short. Also, Spur, which would you choose if you had to yard job or local? It's highly dependent. Depends on the yard. If I could have got a yard job down at Waycross, I would have like, that would have been it for me. The Hostler job was really sweet back in the day when they had those. I worked with them for 3 days cubbing and I loved it. Like, the Hostler job was really, really freaking nice. Those dudes had it made. Those dudes had it made for sure. I've worked some good locals too. I worked some locals that were pretty dang easy. Pretty dang easy. Some of the feeder locals are really nice. 734 and 735 are really nice. So it depends. It's highly situational. Depends on the job. There's other locals that I wouldn't touch with a 10-foot pole. Passenger can make more than freight. Yeah, I can. Yeah, if you get it set up right. We need to add some more cars to it. Add the observation cars, all that stuff to increase the revenue. 09 says, it sure can. I made almost $50,000 off passenger in a day. That is insane, dude. See, I hear that, then I think maybe I do need to invest more in passenger, right? Like, what's up, 09? Good morning, dude. You know, when people say that, then I'm like, you know, maybe the passenger, like, we could get another Pullman for $4 grand. We could do the observation, 7 grand. Yeah, that's something we need to look at. Something else. New power for the what did Plague say? He named off a bunch. There we go. G25, A23. I was kind of thinking the A26. A26. What's the T22? I don't see a T22 on here. Where's that? Oh, here it is. 10-wheeler. I think the A26. What does that cost? 10 grand? Yeah, we could totally do that too. We really need the pultwood cars more than anything, though. We need pultwood cars. We're really kind of like teetering on the edge of things shutting down because we don't have enough pultwood cars. Like, we can, if things move right the way they're supposed to, then we can keep stuff open, but when it doesn't move right, then things get jacked up really bad. Our number one's coming to Dills. Do we have anything down here in Dillsboro to do? We may have some work down here. Yeah, we do. Yeah, we sure do. We got some work to do here. Okay. Let's grab 602. Engine service and freight house. Okay, so we'll drop that one into freight house first. Oh man, he went. Ugh, passenger job. This is why I don't like the passenger trains. Okay, well, we'll do the engine service first. I think he's... Oh, it's on the head end. Let's just have him clear up on the main. See, that's not going to work though. No, we can't do that. You know what? Never mind. We can't do that. Let's just pull him down here. Because what's going to happen is this passenger job is already routed down the main. Unless I change up his waypoint, he's going to bust up out of here and go right straight into that job. But yeah, it's not a good. A P43 will go Silva to a Larka and back without needing coal and water. Yeah, that's what I would like. Something that I can make a trip without having to get fuel every single damn time. It could be used as a logging engine. Yeah, then we just downgrade it. Yeah, I don't plan on selling any power off for a while. Like, we're going to have a ton of power before I ever sell anything, because is an aspect I hadn't really thought about until someone mentioned it a while back on another stream, was like shopping engines and doing service and stuff. And that's true. Like, when you have barely just enough power to get by and then one of them gets shopped, it completely messes you up. Okay, so we're gonna have to wait on this guy a little bit. Question is, do we have anything in paper mill to do? Doesn't it? Yeah, one or two. We'll handle those the next day. Yeah, we'll do those the next day. It's fine. We do have these guys we need to grab and get out of here probably. We will do that. Okay, so we need to grab the switcher. Come on, select. There we go. Yeah, we will work the pultwood, and that part of the reason why I'm working the pultwood is because our car numbers are just too tight. We can't really let any sit. You want a camelback in game? It'd be nice to have 262 or a 280. Young Gaming Sports is Atlanta's 37 degrees, 8-mile-an-hour wind, 19 gusting. Visibility 24 miles. Pretty good, beautiful day visibility wise. It's pretty warm here this morning. It was only like 29 degrees, I think. better than what it has been. You're either thinking NS or CSX, but I have like 6 more years. Is the hiring age is like 27, I think. Dude, I hired out at what was I? I was like 23, I think. I think I was 23 when I started the process, and I was one of the older guys. We had one guy that hired with me that was 18. I worked with an engineer that was he hired out and became an engineer when he was 18. He was an engineer before he was even drinking age. At the time, he was the youngest engineer that CSX had ever hired. He's a good engineer too. Like for a young guy, he was a damn good engineer. He really was. I like working with him a lot. I think by the time I was working in hired out, I think we were about the same age or close to it. Speaking of power shortages, CNN has some new yardages, battery hybrids. From what I'm told, those things ain't gonna last long with her. Yeah. Any of that stuff isn't gonna last. Those things are gonna be shop queens. I guarantee it. They're gonna be in the shop all the time. Actually, I don't want to do that. Let's just sit this guy right here. Just got to sit the one out. Then we'll go back. We'll shove these back in. 18, you mean? Yeah. Yeah, 18. There weren't a lot. They're like, I only know the 2 guys. The one guy in my group that was 18. And the engineer we had that hired when he was 18. He wasn't 18 when I was working. He was in his early 20s too, but by that time, but... we had a few guys that hired out older. We had some that hired out in their 40s. I think most of us in the batch that I hired with, I think a lot of us were like mid-20s. Mid to early 20s, that sort of thing. All right, let's set these guys back in. If you had applied at 18, I would have had a really good turn right now. Yeah, that's the thing for me. I gained a crap load of seniority. They hired at least 50 or 60 conductors behind me. Like within a matter of a few years. Stalker, what's up, dude? Hold on, bro. Hope all is well. Pretty good here. We thawed out, man. I see y'all didn't get any snow. Y'all are supposed to have the snowpocalypse down here in DFW. Y'all didn't get nothing. We got all this snow. Young Gamer says, I'm currently 12 in the 6th grade. That's cool. That's my middle daughter. She's 12. My oldest is 13. Oh, what's going on, man? How you doing? All right, we'll shove these guys back on the spot, then we'll come back over and grab these, and yeah, we definitely need more wood cars. It's tight. It's tight. We got we've got 300 tons. It's tight though. It really just is. I think. Do we have any pulpwood? Well, we got the pulpwood loading out up there that's heading south. So yeah, we do have pulpwood on the way. It's just, we need more. I want extra. I want to have extras. Like I said, I'd rather have too many than not enough. How's it going? Not bad. Not bad for a Tuesday. It's going good. It's going to be a nice week. It's going to be in the 50s all week. High 40s. I think one day. I think Friday is supposed to get up close to 60 here, which is going to be really nice. And then like Sunday or Monday is going to be a low of 8. And I think we're going to get even more snow. We had snow on the ground since last Thursday. All right, we'll gather all these together. And then, man, it's going to be kind of a pain because we got this southbound cut. How can we do this? I really don't like jerking cars by with the diesels. Like, they're so slow to load up. It's kind of a pain. Okay, let's take this guy. Let's go down here and grab. Spur, in terms of future power, any thoughts on adding in modded power such as the RS1 44 toner, H9, so Southern C37 280? We have modded power. I got 2 F units. I absolutely love those things. Are awesome. That's on our mainline train is the F units now. We got 2 A units. So yeah, I'd like an Alco for branch line service. I think that'd be cool to have. I'd like to have a nice mix of power. We're staying away from the GP. That's kind of like in game to me. I don't want to jump right straight to that. I want to enjoy some of the other stuff before we get to that. Okay, so this guy. And yeah, we got to rearrange these a little bit. It's not that big of a deal. We can do it, but... Hey, Spur, if your kids need a project for science fair, try Elephant's Toothpaste. Yes, they have done that. They've both done that, actually. They do that in 6th grade science. I think my middle daughter just did that not that long ago. They didn't have good luck with it. There was something that... There was something that happened with it. I can't remember what. Like the entire class, like it was something with the ingredient. I can't remember what, but they did get it to work later on. But yeah, they did all that. My middle daughter's science fair this year, her project was testing different materials and how they melt ice. So she did like sand, salt, sugar, that kind of stuff. That's pretty cool. Like, since I forgot about those. Yeah, I love my F units, dude. I want to add a B unit in. I want to have... Oh, Rusty Buttons following on over on Twitch. I appreciate it, man. Thanks. Man, that was loud. I need to go back in. I need to go back in. Twitch is like something I just threw up, right? Just like YouTube's where I mainly stream, you know, and so I just threw Twitch up just to see. Either way, I appreciate it, man. I appreciate that, bro. That was really loud. I need to tone that back some. Everyone's awake now. Everyone's awake now. Like that was really loud and obnoxious. Worst snowfall here was back in 74 and 93 with a foot of snow both times. Only in 93 snow drifts were 12 foot high in areas. 93 with 4 foot of snow. Keep missing. Yeah, we had 6.5 inches the other day is what we got. That's we hadn't seen that much in a while. We've had more. When we lived in western Oklahoma, we had a lot more than that one year. We had like a foot and a half, something like that. I remember we had snow drifts. We had a snow drift in our front yard that went across our driveway. I had to shovel that was waist deep on me. They didn't use warm water, probably, and yeast. I can't remember. It was something they did this year that was different, and it didn't work out as good. I do remember that because they had to do it again. Maybe they left something out. It's something she told. I'll watch you on YouTube, but why not on Twitch just in case? All right, dude. Yeah, I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. I streamed exclusively on Twitch before I did YouTube. So, you know, it's the ease of like multi-streaming now, and there's no like, why not? Right? Why not? And grab like grab as much exposure as you can, because it's a dog, you know, it's it's a dog eat dog world out there right now. There's so many so many streams and content creators and stuff like that that you need that exposure. Press the button says me too. Casey, what's up? Too cold to snow here. I haven't gotten a lot in recent years, and the winter has been so mild. It's quite strange. Yeah, that's the thing about where we live. This snow was kind of odd. In fact, it was like the perfect snow. It was just the right moisture. You know, it snowed at like right at 32 degrees. Like, it was the perfect snow. A lot of the snow that we get here is that like really stupid, dry, powdery stuff that just like blows all over the place. Like, it doesn't really stick to anything. It just goes everywhere. Okay, this guy, all right, he's doing his thing. He's shoving in. And he's working hard. Hoosier, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Good morning. Yeah, I don't know how much snow we're going to get Sunday or Monday or whatever. The forecast, like, even before we had the 6.5 inches, like, it was all over the place. First they said we weren't going to get anything. They said it was all going to be down in DFW. And then they say we're going to get snow. And then they say we weren't. And then it's like, it's constantly changing. Okay, now let's shove these on top of these cars. Then we'll have to set these back. Just having my morning Java. Soccer says definitely wasn't south. Yeah, down DFW, like down that way was supposed to get hammered with snow, and y'all didn't get anything. Y'all were supposed to get all the snow, and we weren't supposed to get anything. And then it, you got slushies. Yeah, we wound up getting it. I don't mind the snow so much. People deal with it pretty good up here. People are pretty acclimated to it in the panhandle, because we do get snow like every year. You get something. It's not uncommon. Some years we had multiple snows. So as long as the power stays on, I don't care. I don't even mind driving on it. You know, we don't. As long as we're not going out of town or anything like that, I don't care. We can handle it. Let's get them laced up. All right, cut him off. Let's set the other cars back over. I'm about to turn his brightness up some. Exposure, is that what I need? That is sweet. All right, this will make it a little better for you guys. Oh, it sucks. That's I don't like playing game sessions that are at night, because it doesn't translate well. Hopefully it's a little better though. Here at West Central Minnesota, used to get lots of snow when I was a kid. Used to stay colder for longer also. I remember having sub-zero temps for a couple weeks to a month straight. That's just a couple of days. Yeah, it changes, right? We've had years here where, like, winters here where it was like stupid cold. And it just seemed like forever, you know, single digits forever. You're like, man, I wish it would hurry up and warm up. And then other year, like this year's been pretty mild. Same way for the summers. Last couple of summers we had are absolutely brutal, but we've had some summers here where I think we only had like 3 or 4 days that were over 100 degrees. It was really nice, really nice summer. We have some years where it's like really windy, and some years where it's not. Like it doesn't seem like it's been as windy the last few years as it was, especially like when we first moved to Oklahoma. It was like every day was a windy day. It's 9 degrees here with wind chill -4 and about 10 inches of snow with more on the way. Oh, nice. Typical Michigan, right? He's on vacation in the UK. They got crippled by an inch of snow again. Yeah, that's nothing here. That's nothing here. I've taken my kids to school. The roads were a mess. Like bring them on to school. Bring them on to school. If you can make it, bring them. If not, that's okay. Luckily, we only live a couple blocks from the school, so it's not a big deal. I don't like heat. I take the cold for a few months over the summer. I say this all the time. It's about the humidity, and people throw off on that shit all the time. On TikTok, too, all the time, talking about how humidity doesn't make a difference. Humidity absolutely does freaking make a difference with the heat. It when I say I'll take a dry summer over a damp, wet, humid summer is the absolute truth. It makes a huge difference. Go spend a summer in New Orleans and see how that feels, or Houston or South Alabama. It's like 98% humidity and you break a sweat walk into your mailbox, you know? Dude, it'd be like, humidity is everything. Yeah, you see these smartasses on TikTok. They're like, humidity doesn't make a difference. It doesn't mean anything. I'm like, why are you trying to be so smart? You know, like they know. It does make a difference. I get out, like I've gotten out in our front yard and it'd be like 98 degrees and I'll cut grass and barely break a sweat. On a good dry day, barely break a sweat. And then other times when it's stupid humid, like going to see my parents in Alabama, like literally you go from the car to the house and you break, like you're sweating. It does make a difference. It absolutely makes a difference. Nick says, I'll take a Vegas summer over a Guam summer. No question. Absolutely, dude. God, man, I could imagine how humid Guam is. Out in the middle of the Pacific like that, surrounded by all that water. Good God, I bet it's like so bad there. Weirdest snowfall here was back in 2016, right after Halloween. Next day it snowed like, what the hell? Right? A few years ago, it snowed before Halloween for us. It snowed on like October 28th, and it was a lot. It was like 4 or 5 inches. The trees, all the trees still had their leaves, and I remember a bunch of limbs broke out because they were so heavy from the snow because of all the leaves. Because we had a derailment in a class yard last week. Bulkhead flats, loaded with steel plate, straps broke, load shifted. Car on its side. Management deemed it safe to move. Yeah, that's typical, right? February usually stays in the -20s here, northwest, lower Michigan. I went to school in -10 degrees. Also, make it or make it. No excuses, right? Stalker says humidity is everything. It absolutely is. Humidity kills, no question. Yeah, it does. Man, it's so bad. That's like sometimes you get that suffocating humidity too. Like you can't hardly breathe. Mowing back in Mississippi yard days were a sweaty mess. Dude, I know about that. I used to landscape in Alabama when I was in college. It sucked. Last year's state record was broke with 109 degrees, not normal warmth here, right? Yeah, I remember those days landscaping in Alabama during the summer, and it'd be so freaking hot. And then it would rain, and it would clear up and get sunny again, and it would be ungodly. It would be so hot. That's why I love the Panhandle so much. This last summer was more humid for us. Like some summers are really humid. Depends on where the dry line hangs out, right? If the dry line hangs out in Oklahoma, it's great here. If the dry line hangs out towards New Mexico, then it sucks here. It's like 30% humidity, which I mean, 30% humidity isn't bad compared to like 90 in Alabama or Georgia or Mississippi or wherever. You know, like 30% is nothing. But when you're used to like 10% humidity here, 30 is a lot. Like it's a big change. It's absolutely a big change. Okay, so we're done here. We got those set out. Our passenger job's out of here, so let's go work Dillsboro real fast. Hopefully by the time we get done with all this, the wood racks will be loaded and we can get those out of here. Humidity is why I have problems with congestive heart failure. Yeah, I could totally believe that. Humidity, high humidity can be stressful on people. It absolutely can. Dry heat. It's a big part of the reason why when tuberculosis was a thing way back in the day, right? They told people to go west because there's less humidity. They had an easier time with it, you know, like look at Doc Holliday. Good example of that. All right, let's take this guy, bring him down here. 10 minutes to your lunch break. This past July was like 96 out. AC broke and it was about 110-15 in the house. Fans didn't help. Yeah, our AC broke this last year too. That pissed me off because it's a brand new unit. But it is what it is. But that night was freaking miserable. It was like 105. Humidity is actively trying to kill you. Man, humidity, like even a healthy person, if you're out in it too long and working too hard and sweating and losing all that water, it'll dehydrate you fast. It really will. It's why you gotta drink like crazy when you're working outside in like really hot, humid conditions. Because you're sweating all that water out. AC is a must. Those UK people don't have a clue. Yeah, they don't even use it. They rarely have AC in the UK, right? It's mostly just heat. The Dutch was trying to get Arthur to Tahiti. %2 of the people in it. Okay, that's what I was thinking. It wasn't a lot. It wasn't a lot in the UK. Yeah. Okay. This guy, where does this guy go? Right here. Okay. Yeah, we spot him up here. That's a cultural thing. When you grew up in Europe, no one had AC. Yeah, that's Europe wide. Yeah. So it's just not needed though, right? Like it is pretty comfortable there. When I grew up in Alabama, we didn't have AC either, believe it or not. We had AC, but my parents did not use it. They had an attic fan that they ran. We ran the attic fan every night. You open up all the windows in the house and run the attic fan, and it'd pull all that air through the house, and it felt really good. It was really, really nice. I can count on one hand how many times I used AC when I was like a kid and a teen. A Red Dead joke. You had mentioned TB in the Southwest. Yeah, I was just thinking about Red Dead the other day, actually. I kind of miss that game. AC's the best invention ever besides maybe antibiotics. Yeah, just compressors, like cooling compressors and stuff. Like, look what came from that. Refrigerators and freezers and all the things that developed because of like the compressor for AC. Release this handbrake. We'll set this guy over. Yeah, a friend in the UK never used or owned an AC unit. That's crazy. I couldn't imagine that. I would do an attic fan here if it wasn't so dusty. I couldn't imagine, like, if we opened up all our windows and ran an attic fan and pulled all that air into the house, everything would be covered in dirt because it's so dusty here. It's crazy dusty. That would be a mess. You would rather live in cold weather? Yeah, that's true. It's easier. Like, to me, it's easier to adapt to cold weather than it is to hot. There's only so much you can do in hot, and you're just hot. We almost moved to Wyoming. Mrs. Spur had a job offer up in Wyoming. It's been several years ago. It was Cody. Cody, Wyoming. It's a beautiful area. Sorry. Beautiful area. We almost went. We thought about it. I thought it'd be cool living Cody. That's where you wrestling fans, that's where Eric Bischoff lives from the WCW era. All right, Eric, I follow him on X. He posts all kind of pictures from Cody. They're just absolutely beautiful. I have a quick question, Spur. This is about Run 8, also in real life. Your time in the railroad, how would you know to open angle cock fully after you put it on partial? You could hear it. You could hear the way the air was flowing. That's the only way I know to explain it. You could hear how much air was going through. You know, it's just, and you kind of just knew like how many cars you had and everything else. It's just more of a, just more hearing it in a feel kind of thing, right? Like that's the best way I explain it. Maverick, you might, like, you do it now. Have you got anything to chime in on that? Honestly, to me in real life, it didn't seem nearly as picky as it is in Run 8. Like, you could crack it open and let it start flowing and then just let it do it for a little bit, and then you could open it up the rest of the way. Just don't turn it in quick. Last summer I worked at local, the humidity was so high that I had to take turns switching with my conductor. Thankfully, we had a BNSF GP38 with AC. We both drank 10 Gatorades. I could believe that, dude. You know, I think it would be entertaining as hell watching you and Kerbo play Railroader together in multiplayer. Random thought that crept into my mind, right? Yeah, Kerbo would be fun to play with. He doesn't do multiplayer though. I think he just doesn't have the time to do it. I barely, like, it's just, for me, it's hard to have evenings free. Like, evenings are super busy for me. It's like when the kids are home and everyone's getting ready for whatever. Big Jacko, what's up, dude? So like 15 seconds after partial or on Run 8? In Run 8, you watch the flow meter. Watch your flow meter at the top of the screen. Once it gets down to, what, below 60? Is that when you can cut it in the rest of the way? 60-ish, maybe? I'm thinking below 60. In Run 8, depends on whether the aux reservoirs on your cars are cutting in or filled. If those are empty, you got to be careful. They're full. Just as the flow goes down, you can fully open. Rusty says in Run 8, anything below 60 is good to open fully. Yeah. Yeah, see, when I did it in real life, we didn't have that unless, like, the engineer never told me when to cut the air in. Like, never. It was all like a list, like you just listened to it. Didn't get in no rush either, so it wasn't like a big deal to partially open it and then just hang out for a bit and wait on it. Like, it wasn't a big deal. At least as best I can remember. Okay, so now we need to spot this other guy up. And I think we'll cut that empty off right here, set the other guy over, and then grab the empty, and then we're good. Used to live door to Big John Stud back in the 80s. That's cool, Mother Slug. What, did you know him? Like, did you ever get to meet him? I remember Big John Stud. So 100% by sound. You can hear the flow start to slow down, and that's when you fully open. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool you live by Big John Stud. I absolutely remember that, dude. I don't remember him that much. Like, he's more of a WWF guy. And I grew up on WCW. And Georgia Championship Wrestling. That's who I grew up watching. I think he did some stuff down there from time to time, though. But he seemed like he's more of a WWF guy, right? He's more of a Northeast guy. It gets tricky in the winter. It can take a while before you can fully open the tap. I tell you something we had a lot of trouble with during the winter, especially like when it was really, really cold on our coal trains. So we ran like 85 cars, 90 cars with two AC 4400s. And if it was cold enough, they'd have trouble charging the dump line. Like that was kind of a big deal. So what you'd have to do is like cut the dump line, like go back so many cars and cut the dump line out so it could charge up those first few. And you dump those cars and then you just keep opening it up further and further back. An air sound update for 1.8 would be amazing, like bleed sounds where, yeah, I agree with that. You can get the bleed sound in some circumstances. I can't remember what it was, but you can get it. It's just not all the time. You met him a few times and moved away to a new area and on the same street as Billy Kidman. I remember Billy Kidman too. Yeah, that's cool. All right, so this dude's spotted up. He's good to go. Oh, I grab this other car here. Man, that sucks. They're gonna have one pickup here in Dillsboro. That kind of sucks. There's nothing else. Everything else is good. I always liked the masked superstar, Bill Eadie. That dude was a badass. He didn't get nearly, or he doesn't get nearly the recognition that he should. Like he was okay. Demolition was okay, but man, he was just a complete and total Chad when he was a masked superstar. So freaking good. Man, dude could talk a good promo. You know what Dillsboro is famous for? Not off the top of my head. Not off the top of my head. All right, let's throw this guy. Put him over here. All right, while he does that, let's go back and check. Let's check the logs real fast, see what they're doing. Wow. Yeah, they're just about done. Oh, from well, what's that movie with Harrison Ford? Right? Is that what you're talking about? Man, what is that with Tommy Lee Jones and Harrison Ford? The Fugitive. Yes. Yeah, Mrs. Spur and I have been by there before. We've seen those locomotives. You're absolutely right. I forgot about that. You're absolutely right. We had saw those up there off the highway. What's your favorite locomotive? I'll go first. The CSX GP42. Man, that varies. Depends. Old school, new, anytime. I always like the U18Bs. I never got to work on one. I wish I had them. They always sound like a little tractor. They sound like a Ford 8N. They were really cool. I liked a lot of the old U-boats. I thought they were really, I mean, compared to what we have now. Let's see if this guy's loaded up. We need a U-18 in this game. That would be really cool to have, right? Like a U-18 would be perfect. Could you imagine having a short line in game in here that was nothing but like old U-boats like that, U-18s, U-25, stuff like that? Like that would be way cool. I would be all about that. All right, these dudes still aren't done loaded up. They were taking forever. New style locomotives as far as stuff that I worked on AC 4400s. Favorite modern AC? So yeah, the AC 6000s were really super nice too. I think they were really underrated. You're right though. You're right, Plague. That's 120 and 121. They exclusively had AC 6000. They had two AC 6000s. This was a typical consist. They have two AC 6000s on the head end and some kind of dash 8 on the bottom. That was like rock solid. 99% of the time, that's what they had. The old, like I can think, I only had an AC 6000 on one slot freight. Every other time, they were always on pigs. They kept them on pigs for some reason. It never really made sense to me why they kept them on the pigs, but the CN guy SC75I for road power, GP9 for yard and local work. F59 for Paul. Say Yelnose 3 for the CSX GP40. I always liked this CSX scheme that was the blue underframe. It was blue and gray, but the entire, you know, the first one they had this little stripe just above the walkway, and then later on they did from the stripe all the way down the blue underframe. So it was like blue top and blue underframe. I always really liked that. I always thought those colors worked like really well together. The blue and the gray. It was a nice shade. The gray was kind of like slightly towards blue. Perhaps the pig trains were light enough that the AC 6000s didn't yank the drawbar out. When, yeah, maybe, I don't know, but they kept them on the pigs, and it wasn't all the pigs. It's 120 and 121 had them a lot. It was very, very regular. It's like on 124, I never remember having an AC 6000 on it. Usually they were some kind of dash 8. All right, so we're done there. We just gotta wait on this dude to stop, like, to load up. Go to the passenger job. I like the AC 6000s because they had a monitor screen on the conductor side. That's kind of cool. Had all the functions that you could go through, kind of mess with, gave you something to do while you're riding. Oh, just a scooch. There you go. Good enough. My impression was horsepower matters for high speed and tractive effort for low. Yeah, you're right, dude. While they like B36-7s on pigs, like during the Seaward System days, early CSX, most of the pigs had like 3 B36s, 3 or 4. High horsepower, not as much tractive effort. They had a lot of the old head engineers that I were with said that the B36s had really long legs over 50 mile an hour, like they would go. All right, good enough. And the sad fact, we are in a state in time where an AC 6000 is in preservation. Another AC 6000 was gutted for use as a bar car on Aberdeen, Carolina, and Rockfish. Really? Yono 3 GP42 for locals. Our jobs, the AC 4400 or AC 6000 for manifest. The AC 4400s are nice. They were some of the best. Believe it or not, they're rattle traps, but they did what they were supposed to do. And they did it reliably. I had very few problems on a AC 4400. SD70s had problems all the time. All the time, SD70s having issues, electrical problems. AC 4400s, I think one time I had one that had a locked axle that I can remember. Like, other than that, it was rare. Actually, no, I don't need to do that. I keep forgetting that we can go all the way up now. This guy up to a Larka. Let's bring him up here. 901, what's up, dude? How you doing, man? Good morning. I'd rather have DCs on a pig. ACs feel like they lose power above 50 mile an hour. Yeah, see, well, my railroad wasn't a big deal because we're only 55 max, so you didn't, if you lost out, you didn't realize it. Can an AC 6000 actually get all the horsepower on the track from a standstill? I think so, though. They had some kind of problem with them, right? Didn't they have some kind of what was the issue with the engine? Like, they downrated a bunch of them later on, right? Didn't they downrate them to 4400 or something? Oh, some kind of crankcase problem or something with those engines, or something going on with them. But I never... They pulled pigs for us, so I mean, that was easy peasy for them. AC 6000 are some of the best. They look really cool. They absolutely did. They look really cool. NSSC 70 ACs were rebuilt 3 times because the electrics were garbage. Yeah, I wholeheartedly believe that, dude. I can think of many trips I had with SC78 MACs on the head end that had some kind of electrical issue, some kind of failure. Charging your brakes on run 8 right now. Where are you going in run 8? 901. Haley says homeschool is going rough. Dude, I feel for you. I do. You're doing something I couldn't do. Spur cannot be a teacher. That is for sure. Okay, so we're just waiting on this dude to load up. Oh, what was that? That was weird. We gotta wait on this guy to load. Let's wait an hour. Sweet. All right, he's done. Right? No, we got one left. Are you kidding me? Come on. There we go. Now he's good. Okay. Now we're cooking. Let's take this guy, grab these cars. Make sure that I lace the air, because if you don't lace the air going down the hill, you're going to have a bad trip. You have a bad trip. Yeah, Plague, I'm looking at least 10. I'd like 20 more. I think 20, I'd be in really good shape for shops. Like, you kick cars out to be shopped and all that kind of stuff. But I think 10 would be the minimum that I would need. I think 10 would be okay. 20 would be better. You think someone made a mod for the AC 4400? I'd love to see AC 4400s in Run 8. Like, we absolutely need those. 1000% need AC 4400s in Run 8. Oh, you're doing the new Stockton route? I need to get that. I haven't got that yet. Homeschool, I've been in school in over 50 years. Gotta start working. Always fun to hang out. All right, Paul, I appreciate it, man. I hope you have a good day at work. Good rest of your day. This is good seeing you. AC 6000 for the Southeast would be based. Yeah, it would. I'd like to see AC 6000, AC 4400s in game. Honestly, there's not a lot of difference in the cabs between those two units either. Really, if you think about it, like the only difference that I can think of off the top of my head was the conductor side on the AC 6000 had a display. A lot of the earlier AC 4400s didn't. They did later on. If I remember correctly, some of the later AC 4400s that they had delivered did have a display on the conductor side, but I think originally they didn't. I could be wrong on that. Like I said, take it with a grain of salt. But I'd like to see an SD50 in game too. I think that'd be cool. I thought Run 8 already had AC 4400s, not for CSX. They got the straight dash 9s. But CSX only had like 10 straight dash 9s and they were in dash 8 car bodies. Like it was a test program they did. So they put the dash 9 insides in a dash 8 car body, dash 8 trucks. Stockton is the best value in Run 8. You get BNSF, UP, and Modesto Empire. The only thing is, I wish the UP was complete. The Bakersfield, you know, it's got a gap. Anyone ever knew that? Yeah. Yeah, the first 10 the first dash 9s ever built, the first 10 went to CSX, and they're dash 9 electrics and a dash 8 car body. And honestly, like from what I can remember, the cab, it was just like a regular dash 8. Like it had analog gauges and all that stuff. It was like just a regular old dash 8. Irish says, I had a True MD Symphony the other day, SC60 wide cab, SC40-2, GP38-2, and a GP9. Probably the coolest concepts I ever worked with. Use it to spot a unit gasoline train. That's cool. I'd like to see, with Run 8 having like a heavy UP flavor, I'd like to see some Triclops SD60s. Those would be cool to have. Or even the two pane window kind as well, but I think the Triclops would be really neat to have because like UP had a ton of SD60s back in the day. Right? Like they had 200 or 300 of those things, like the wide cabs, and I want to say they had like a bunch of the Spartan cab too. Them cowers, I thought they had those AC44s the whole time for CSX, and they were dash 9 and dash 8 car bodies. So messed up. Yeah, they're just testing out the technology. That's how that went down. And then after that, the CSX started I guess they started buying the AC4400s. That's what they opted for. I think they only had the 10 DC dash 9s. Didn't the BNSF, did they go for more of the DC dash 9s than anything? I want to say. I don't know. That's the thing about those CSX dash 9s and Road 8. I don't know if those are actual dash 8 car bodies. I've never really looked at them. Sweet, Kurt, just join the members club. Appreciate it, man. Thanks so much, Kurt. Porkum. Appreciate it, dude. Yes, hit them up with the dubs in the chat, guys. Appreciate that, man. Yeah, I like Spartan cabs too. I see we shaved the beard. Yeah, I got rid of it. It's kind of, I don't know. I can only do it for so long. It kind of bugs me after a while, so I have to get rid of it every once in a while. But yeah, I did. Sometimes it's like I haven't had a really long beard in a long time. There's been times where it's like really long, but feels good to get rid of it. Honestly. Like it feels nice. I remember when CSX introduced the 70 Mac, they had open house kind of at the engine shops in Cumberland. I got to go in a cab. My grandfather back in the 90s was like 5 or so. That's cool. You don't like the CSX navy blue with the silver rooftops? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the dark future. They should have kept their old scheme, the yellow, blue, and gray. The dark future, I never forget the first dark future locomotive I ever had on a train. It was on a coal train. It still smelled like fresh paint. It was delivered from the factory that way. It was an AC 4400, so it was one of the later ones. And the cab still smelled like paint. Like it was brand spanking new in that dark future. And we're like, what in the hell is this? Like, why does it look like this? I don't even think I knew that they were doing that. Like, no one cared. Right? No one cared. No one kept up with that stuff. No one kept up with what paints, like, no one kept up with stuff that was going on in the company. You just did your job, right? So I don't even think I knew that they were repainting until after that. UP has 3 locals and a yard job. BNSF has 4 locals. Wide cab on the road. Want the protection and the comfort. Standard cab for switching. I like standard cabs on the road, though. It was more like railroading to me, right? Some of the best concepts that I ever had railroading was there's a few times that I'd have trains that would have like 3 or 4 SD42s. Those that was like the purest form of railroading you could possibly have. Jonos 2 always be your favorite, followed by Grey Ghost. Yeah, I like stealth. I like the stealth gray too. I didn't appreciate it nearly as much back in the day, but safety wise it sucked, right? But like looking back on it, it was actually kind of cool. The stealth gray with the blue frame. Is he coming down? Yeah, there he is. You made it. I'm sorry for anyone that thinks CSX Heritage paint schemes are great looking. CSX did those paint schemes dirty too. Yeah, they're okay. I think they could have been better without a doubt, but I mean, it is what it is. And I'll still say to this day, the heritage scheme was more like them doing that was more of a copyright protection thing, protecting the intellectual property of those old road names because they have to be used or else they go to public domain. So I feel like that's what that was about. That's like, sure, it's for the rail fans too. Like, to me, I think that's a side effect that they get from doing that, right? I really feel like it's more like there's more company politics involved with them doing that than anything. And then they get to say they do it for the rail fans. You know, I mean, I'm sure partly that is part of it. But I think they got like a lot of benefit from doing that apart from just doing the rail fan thing. How dieselized is it ANCR right now? Well, we got the 2 F7s up here. These are on our big road freight. The 2 F units. And we still got the SW1. We're fixing to buy, we're going to buy some more wood racks. Do some expansion on the railroad. We got to get the Y. I was trying to think of what else. The Y and the wood racks are really kind of high on my priority right now. All right, let's cut this guy off. And what's he doing? Fuel wise, he's okay. So we can park him down here under the light. Then we got to come over and grab these, put them on the head end, and then we can bust up out of here with the 511. It's getting there, Kurt. It's getting there. I'd like some more diesels. It's one of those deals where we need at least one more so I can shop some stuff comfortably, because that's the hang up, right? Is like when you have just enough power, when you have to shop something, it really kind of screws things up. Always nighttime, right? Yeah, we're fixing to advance out of this here in a minute. You like running standard cab long hood forward? Yeah, long hood forward is kind of a pain. Is he going clear? Is he? It's tight. That's tight. That's tight. He made it, but that was really close. All right, let's come over and grab these guys. Yeah, I mean, ideally, diesel-wise, I'd like to have 2 more big road units. Really. 2 more would be nice. No, wrong one. No, 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 no. No, no, no. Stop, stop, stop. Where are you going, dude? Wrong one. Go back. Go back the other way. How's Robinson money coming in? It's okay. It definitely helps, but it's like... I want it to be T5. Like, I'm waiting on it to get to T5. Really, it definitely helps. Like, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cars that have added into our southbound train, so it's decent. Let's select this guy. Okay, now let's grab them. Yeah, I would like it. I'd like it maxed out. I really want to do that mod. Once it gets to T5, I want to do the mod that jacks it up to like 70 something cars a day. That would be nice. The money would be rolling in then, right? Like 70 cars a day. We'd have to run like a dedicated coal train for that. Long hood forward and wide cab feels like a crime. Yeah, especially when you have the desktop controls. It really sucks. Yeah, also most of our seeing guys, for us seeing guys, most of our yard jobs are belt packed, so it doesn't matter. Yeah, you're right. The remote, it don't matter what it is in. As far as a remote job, it don't even have to have a cab. You know, honestly, if you think about it. Are you talking Foxy's mod of 75 or Nick? I think it was Foxy's mod, right? Isn't it like 70 something cars, 75, 78 something? I haven't looked at the other one. The other one does 100. This is going to be a sizable train. Not too bad. Tonnage wise, he's going to be pretty legit. 777 tons with the wood racks, and then we double over on top of the coal. Yeah, I'd like to get some GP9s. Our next purchase may be a GP9. I'd like to get a B unit, but we need a cab unit worse than we do a B unit. Foxy's is the best. Foxy's Robinson Gat revamp adds additional storage tracks to park cars. Yeah, that's the one I had looked at. I don't know anything about the other one. I don't even know if I've seen that. But Foxy's is the one I look. I feel like what 70 cars a day money wise would have to be really, really sweet in game. We need that money. I think if I could get Robinson to T5 and get that mod in game, like, I think money-wise, we would be doing okay. All right, this guy is solid. He's good. We got the one Ayla car we got to set out southbound, so we got to take him to Ayla. Oh, the number 1. Yeah. Doggone it. All right, we gotta fix this. Actually, no. Do this. Let's go to Governor's Island. Hello, Governor. Why is my view is all jacked up now? There we go. All right, so we got the number one. Let's put him in the hole. And let's grab 300. And we'll bring him down to the other end. Number one should be in the clear. By the time the 300 drags down here, 20 cars, 1,600 tons. It's not too bad. If you like some info on some good mods or just ones you have any interest in, feel free to DM me on this Discord. I generally run close to 200. Man, that's another thing. I run the experimental branch, right? So I'm kind of worried, like, what is compatible with it and what's not, because I know some of the mods aren't compatible. I really like the experimental branch. I'm ready for this thing to go to, like, the main build, right? And you won't have to worry about it no more. I just watched Heiss's new video on Railroader. He has the whole railroad unlocked. Some of the funniest stuff they get on the ESDT. What is this railroad called? I think the biggest diesel ever operated on the Murphy branch in real life was Z40-8 by NS. I didn't know that. Do you want the real name? No. What's his railroader name in game? Yeah, let's do the numero uno. Hopefully this meat will time out pretty good. I'm seeing what kind of money we've made off this thing. $11 at Ayla. Whittier 84. Dillsboro 57. Oh wait, no. Never mind. That's just car deliveries. Whittier 84. Silva 189. That's pretty good. It looks like he's about to pull. Pretty sure it's just ice. I was meaning, what is this railroad called in Railroader? Yeah, that's what I was asking. All right, so they're heading to Governor's Island. Get this meat up here. Like mine is the, I couldn't even tell you my name. The Appalachian in North Cherokee. There you go. There you go. Appalachian, North Cherokee. Can't even remember my own railroad. The picture, if the devs would add Asheville and trackage down to Saluda, it would be pure enjoy. Yeah, Saluda would be like perfect for this game. Saluda and the clinch build would be absolutely perfect for this game. Oh man, they're having to run in the dark. Poor Clinchfield right now in real life. Yeah, Clinchfield was damaged. Yeah, tremendous amount of damage. Good to see him build it back though. I think they're thinking long term, the amount of material that's going to have to go back into the Appalachians up there to rebuild everything. Like, they're going to be rebuilding for years to come, roads and everything else. Like, there's going to be so much rock and asphalt and concrete and stuff like that that goes up there. It's going to be crazy. So they need that railroad big time to move all that stuff in there. I once saw a CSX train on fire. I think the engines were AC 4400s. It's like a small fire. You talking about coming out of the stack? A stack fire? That's like super common. 3.8 billion is CSX is helping, and NS is helping. Oh, okay. Not a big high span, but he's funny. Pretty sure it's eat shit and die trying his railroad. That's an interesting name. We kept it more traditional. Oh, it's on the side of the engine where the CSX logo was at. Fire, yeah. That's common too. So you see all those GE units with the paint burned off because they catch on fire all the time. That's meat worked out pretty good. Okay, let's grab this guy. Let's go on and we'll take him down to Ayla. There you go. All right, let's take him to Ayla. I'd like to get this guy over the road before we end the stream. I want to make that money. We need to make some money. Okay, let's take him down here. Let's grab the number 1. Let's take him up here to Arca. All right, we're good with that. UP is known for operating burning units. Yeah, they have a big GE fleet. It's like anyone that's got a huge GE fleet is going to have a lot of burning units. I remember the first time I had a unit with a stack fire like that. You would, let's see, how did that? It was under certain circumstances it would do that. Like if you were in like a low throttle setting and then you opened it up a lot at one time or something, it would shoot flame out the stack. It was a Dash 8. It was a Spartan Cab Dash 8. I do remember that. And it was at night, in the middle of the night. And I remember the cab just lit up like someone shined headlights into the cab from behind us. And we were turning around looking, seeing the stack on fire. Well, Spur, I'm going to get up out of here. I will come by next stream or just watch recently uploaded video, but I'm out. See you. All right, Young Gaming. I appreciate it, man. You have a good day. We'll catch you next time. You like this video on how the Rio Grande's still around? Yeah, because the Rio Grande actually bought the SP. It's all like politics, like company politics, how that went down. But yeah, they bought, let's see what, they bought the SP and then renamed themselves SP. And then that's somehow the UP merger was kind of the same way, right? Like there's some way that went down. Nice. I love these F units. Really need to add a B unit. Yeah, that's basically what happened. Yeah, it's tricky how that went down. There's so much more to that stuff than just like the acquisition. It's like the Atlantic coastline and the Seaboard coastline own a majority ownership in the LNN for a long time. They had like 51% stake or something like that. That's how LNN wound up with all those Alcos back in the day. You know, L&N, when coal started becoming a big thing in the 70s, they're moving all that coal, started moving it down to Florida for the power plants. They had a bad locomotive shortage. And the coastline said, you know what? We'll hook you up. We'll send you a bunch of engines. They sent them all their Alcos. Which really, they kind of did them dirty, right? They did them dirty big time because they sent all those Alcos to... They sent all the Alcos to them. We had GP38. They did one hell of a light show once. Sparks were flying like crazy out the exhaust. It's kind of rare for EMDs though, right? Like I don't remember like that being a thing much on EMDs. Florida's basically a wild frontier. Oh, you heard about Brightline 3 weeks ago, that fire truck accident. Yeah, I saw a bunch of those dudes got put on leave, right? Like the captains and the chiefs. 2 teenagers ran over a mile from that site by Amtrak. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Florida and railroads right now. They have a lot of quiet zones down there too, which is just ridiculous. I'm not a fan of quiet zones. The Rio Grande bought the SP because they were the railroad. Right, yeah, it got sold off when the Santa Fe merger. Believe it or not, before the Santa Fe, okay, check this out. This is something a lot of people don't know. The SP went to the Santa Fe for their merger because Seaboard Coastline was trying to get them. The Coastline wanted a transcontinental railroad. So they were trying to get in position to take over the SP. For some reason, the SP wasn't a fan of that. And so they went to the Santa Fe. And that is how that's how the Santa Fe merger came about. Which is pretty cool. Okay, we gotta set this one guy out, right? And we gotta pick up a few. Okay, this will be easy peasy. Easy move here. Not him, this one. Now we're good. All right. Rio Grande bought the SP, used SP name because it was more widely known. SP and UP merged. Rio Grande had biggest stakes, I believe, so UP today is actually the Rio Grande. Yeah, it's somehow that all went down some weird way. Best thing about the F unit is where the toilet is. Where is the toilet on the F unit? Is it in the back somewhere? I have no clue. I've never been in one. I don't know anything about them. I bet they got a fair share of Alco parts, donor parts. Yeah, they did. They got all the Coastline Alcos. This is why you see, like, if you look at some old L&N pics from like the 70s, you'll see like Coastline Alcos up there working. They kind of, like, honestly, they kind of did the L&N dirty. They really, not just by that, but just like a lot of things, like the L&N was really kind of neglected. There was honestly, like, there's kind of some animosity between the two companies over that. Like that even carried over into like the Seaboard system and CSX days. There's kind of some bad blood between like L&N guys and Coastline guys. A little bit, like nothing too extreme, but politics, right? Railroad politics. Most people think the toilet's in the nose, which isn't true. It's the rear on the conductor side. That's cool. I didn't know that. So it's in the very back. Only thing in the nose is brake wheel and wiring for control console and number boards. Okay, we need to set these guys over and spot that one up. I kind of want to pull these right too. Like these are all janky. I need to fix that. Hey They sound really nice. That's one of the best thing about the F units in game. They sound so good. Yeah, there's a bit of bad blood between the two districts in Montreal for no reason. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you would think like you're all in the same company, but even with, like Manchester Cruise and Fitzgerald Cruise, like there was some rivalry there. You know, I don't know if I'd call it maybe bad blood, like a little bit, but there's definitely bad blood between L&N and the Coastline guys. Absolutely, 1000%. You know, L&N had their yard up there. They built Boyles, and then the SCL kind of wiggled their way into it and started using it, and they had majority ownership. And the L&N really kind of suffered money wise. Then they sent them all their Alcos. I'm sure that was. I'm sure they loved that. They're just basically going to give you all our crap engines. You know, you need some power, we'll give you our junk. Same company, same union. Why are we trying to screw each other over? That dude, that's like railroad culture, period. Is it not? Like management versus guys on the ground. Former companies, you know, like I said, I hired out as a Coastline guy. Even though I worked for CSX, I was a Coastline guy. They had L&N guys, they had A&WP guys. Like everyone still kind of had their own little separate identity within the company. There was like, you know, rivalry and tension between the different groups as far as like agreements that they got, because each one got a different agreement. You know, as far as like traffic. You know, the Fitzgerald guys, like, why is the Manchester guys getting 120 and 121 all the time? You know, like, stuff like that, right? Will note say use plenty of duct tape? Yeah, I'd imagine so, the Alcos, I'm sure. I like the Alcos. I mean, it's more of a nostalgic thing now. I never had to deal with them. It probably felt different if I messed with them, but I'd like to see more Alcos in this game. Okay, let's cut off from this guy. Handbrake. And let's get in here, make his cut. There we go. All right, we're going to come over here and kind of straighten these guys out. They're jacked up. Exact same theory. There's so much, like... Man, that horn's loud. There's so many politics that go into it. There's so, like, I'm not kidding when I say there's so many politics that were involved in railroads. It was crazy. It's kind of, that was one of the more surprising things that I had to deal with when I worked for CSX, was like the different factions within the railroad itself. I say crew districts, management versus the crews. You know, like there's so many different cliques and factions involved. The factions within crew districts, you know, like there's a lot. Like the town that I lived in, that I hired on for the railroad, there's a bunch of guys that lived in the same town as I did that worked for the railroad, and they called us the Mafia. Like that was our nickname, because they plotted and they conspired a lot to like bump each other off certain jobs, like to manipulate things a little bit. So so we were known as the Mafia. Okay, how can I fix this? I guess just pull it ahead, right? Like just go manual. Use them ahead a little bit. Is he gonna do it? Yeah, okay, it's gonna pull them out. They're telescoped into each other, right? You can definitely tell there's something going on with these. Okay, that's good. Oh, he's got a brake on. Okay, that's why it's so draggy. Got a brake on. Okay, let's go back to our train. We're good here. Railroad culture is build it cheap, pay less to operate it. Yeah, it's definitely not the same as what it used to be. I say it like 50 years ago, railroads used to be a good company to work for. I've said it before, I've never heard any old head complain about working pre-82. Never heard any old head have any complaints or any problems working for the railroad during the 70s and early 80s. It is after the 82 agreement when things started going downhill, and then progressively the 90s, the mergers and stuff, like then you started hearing old heads complain about working for the railroad. But like prior to that, I don't remember a single one complaining about that. I don't remember a single one complaining about railroading in the 70s. Could be wrong. It was just my experience, but I'm like that too, though. I don't like the Belleville guys. They seem like they're a bunch of princesses. Yeah. They have a lot of good. Yeah, there's some good ones over there, right? The same way between Manchester and Fitzgerald. Fitzgerald crews we called Goober Rooters. And the Fitzgerald guys called us Hindenburgs. I guess because we were full of hot air. I don't know. I don't know how we got that name. But they did. They called us the Hindenburgs. And they were the Goober Rooters because of all the peanuts that were growing down there. And the Savannah guys were called the Geechees. But yeah, there's some that just didn't like each other. I never really had a problem with any, but I mean, I remember being around some of them from other crew districts that weren't very nice. Like they weren't necessarily like out of their way being a prick, but like they weren't extremely outgoing either, like towards other, like sometimes I had a few trains that were mixed crew districts, right? Like a Fitzgerald engineer and Manchester conductor. And then I knew some other guys that were absolutely awesome. I worked with some A&WP guys that were awesome, good guys. I worked with some 32nd Street guys that were really good too. I feel like it's human nature to be jealous and look for conflict. Seems that way with a lot of people. Yeah, you're right. It's kind of programmed in people, right? To look for like, why they got a better agreement than us? You know, they're whatever, you know, their extra board pays more. Or, they get better trains than we do, you know, they get all the pigs. That was another thing. They used to say we used to get all the pigs, you know, like, you know, stuff like that. Just looking for things to not be happy about, you know, like it seems like, hey Spur, I just added mods and building that go with the mods all disappeared. Hammer, what's up, dude? As far as what happened, I don't know. I know my F7s disappeared and I had to reinstall something. I don't know if it was asset loader or something like that had updated or changed or something to that effect. It's been a while, so I can't. '70s and '80s were great, harder job. Early '70s, yeah, I do remember like some of the old heads that I like. I worked with some old heads that hired out like 68, 70, 72. And they all loved it, especially when they had a caboose. Had several of us talked about it. It was like one big rolling party. Honestly, way different mindset on the railroad. It just seems like when it was just the coastline, like coastline took care of their own. You know, when you started adding in other companies is when things got like convoluted and complex and like animosity started coming in and that sort of thing. Rex mods are good. You should check them out. The Whittier Yard and the Sawmill. I just, like I said, I don't want to get too complex in the mods. I'm trying to be like really measured because I know the more mods that I add, the more chance you have of things breaking. If you're using UMM mods, make sure you have the asset loader as well. If you're using Railroader, make sure you have Strange Customs in the latest. Yeah, it's like the mods in the game get a little convoluted as far as like how you get them to work, right? It's a little bit involved as far as like all the stuff that you have to put in. A little bit involved. All right. We're going to pause right here for a second, guys. We'll step away, take a Waz, get a Coke. I'll be right back. Y'all don't go anywhere. Just take me a second, okay? All right, guys, we're back. Oh, I just made some money too. Wait, what? What was that? What did we just make? Oh, we didn't make anything. We paid. That sucks. That absolutely sucks. We just had to pay. Yeah, I have all the latest versions. UMM and asset loader and all that stuff. I haven't touched this game in years. Still waiting for something more to come to game. Maybe new route or add on to this route. Some of the mods are incompatible with others. I really want the Alarka yard expanded, but it breaks two of my other industry mods. Haven't figured that out. Yeah. It's like the more mods you add, the more convoluted things you get, and you gotta watch out. All right, I gotta have some cheeses. This is the breakfast of champion. Cheez-Its are the breakfast or lunch of champions too. Cheez-Its you can have any time of the day. You can have Cheez-Its at 5 in the morning, 12 noon, or midnight, and they're still just as good, right? Anyway, gotta pop out for some lunch, but yeah, man, feel free to send me a message and we can discuss mods if you want. Also, make sure if you want the Y to buy the cars before the interchange turns over, right? You talk about my wood racks? Yeah, we're gonna do that before it turns because it's just going to delay it another day and I don't have time. Spur can't afford to have another delay. It takes too long, right? Oh, the Alarco. Okay, I got you. All right. right, here comes the 300. Man, we're gonna have a big cut to pick up, guys. Look at this. That is a huge pickup. I didn't even look to see what the tonnage was on this when we built this cut. We got some work to do going south too. We gotta set out. We gotta work sleigh. We gotta work barkers. I guess I kind of need to organize this train a little better, maybe for that. Those are. Oh, the logs are already unloaded too. Nice. Okay, we gotta work that as well. Bought 28 covered hoppers, changed the paint numbers, just realized I accidentally bought open. What are you using covered hoppers for in game? Is that for a mod? It must be for a mod. I gotta think how. All right, we got to keep these shorts on the head end. Really, we need the wood racks, like the loaded wood racks behind them as well too. Covered hoppers are used for Hewitt, lime, and talc. Where's that at? Is that up in Andrews or something? Oh, you're hauling corn to an ethanol plant. Okay. I still want to do another multiplayer on here. I know I've talked about it a bazillion times. Maybe I was kind of thinking if this weekend isn't too bad, maybe this weekend do a multiplayer and open it up. He was just below Nantahala. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. We don't necessarily have to put the wood racks behind these shorts. Like they could stay buried a little bit. It's not like not a huge deal. Oh, I don't know. That is a big ass cut. Yeah, I kind of think we do need to swap that around. We may do some switching here. Yeah, we'll, uh-oh. The 100 is below, 20% fuel. Okay, we gotta remember that. Don't forget about that or else we're gonna have a bad day. Alright, so let's go back over and we'll grab this guy here. We'll set these over. Let's see, we'll grab these, we'll come back, we'll set these two Silvas over, and then we'll come back over, grab the wood racks, then go back over and grab these. Okay, I think I have a plan. I kind of have a plan in my head here a little bit. Hopefully this will work out the way I want. Have to wait and see. The short line in my hometown connects with an ethanol plant and 2 grain elevators to BNSF and Dilworth. That is your draw to mod. That's cool. Yeah, pretty interesting operation there, sounds like. Okay, let's grab these guys. Come back over. And set these two over. Come back and grab these. Then grab those and then come back over and we should be done. Little bit of work, but we'll get it right. Yeah, this is going to be a fairly sizable train. Going south. That's for sure. Pretty decent. Got a few cars set off down at the paper mill. I wonder, do we have anything at Barker's to pick up? I'm not really sure. I don't think we do. I don't think any wood racks are on the spot down there. I could be wrong, but got these guys. Make our cut here. Oh, no. We didn't need to make that cut. No, doggone it, Spur. Not where I need to make the cut. Alright, take him ahead. Now take him back. Alright, let's make the right cut. That's what we need to do. Now we can go over. Alright, we'll go back to that one. Yeah, there's a few mods I've looked at. The track mods I'm trying to stay away from a little bit. The track and industry mods. I'm going to do Robinson Gap, and that's going to be it for now. Honestly, we should just be able to kick this guy. We'll just kick these two over. Alright, get our switch. So the only thing I miss about the Steam is like the instantaneous acceleration. Like, they do so good. Alright, let's go grab these guys. This guy. Oh, those are going to hit hard. Yep, a little bit. '67 N&W operated 8 SD45 units. Total train length was 21,424 feet. 4 miles long, weighed 48,000 tons. It was operated from Williamson, West Virginia to Portsmouth, Ohio. Over 159 miles. Wow. That's a big train. Yeah, the mods are fun, make some stuff easier. I just totally get staying true to the game. Yeah, I just don't, like, for me, I don't want to make it too convoluted. I want to test the waters. You know, see how it works out. I'm more for mods that would generate me more money with the least amount of work. I mean, really. Okay, so we should be able to go back over, right? Like, we'll take this cut and grab... We'll just do that. We'll just take the whole train. We'll grab it that way. 22 cars, 1,600 tons. $21,424 was 500 hoppers long. This is how many caboose do they have to manage all that train? Gotta watch everything. Yeah, I don't know how that worked out, because it really defeats the purpose of a caboose if you've got like a 4-mile train. The mod for a coal mine and iron mine in Nantahala was about 20,000 tons coming back by Western Maryland H9s to get up the hill from Almond to Alarka. A total of 341,000 pounds tractive effort. Nice. Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot of train. heard of him having a lot of trouble back during the coastline days, having trouble in the Spartanburg sub. Especially with SD45s. They had to be like really careful with the trailing tonnage because they'd pull draw heads and stuff like that to get knuckles. I think the back grade was like 1.8% or something like that. If I will look at the sugar mill then, relative to the coastal interchange with lots of cars and simple switching. Yeah, someone else had mentioned that. I looked at it a while back. For understanding, the 8 SD45s, 3 for the lead and 5 mid-train. SD45s were beasts. They're some of my favorite old school EMDs. I said one of my all-time favorite coastline pictures that I ever saw was a train outside of Augusta, Georgia. It had a ton of sand and wood racks in it. It was a GP7 on the head end, and SD45 middle, and GP7 on the bottom. So they were basically 2 GP7s bracketing an SD45. Got a problem with air somewhere. Where's that at? There it is. Now we're good. All right, sweet. Wonder how long someone's at a crossing for that. Yeah, a long time. Track industry mods are for the faint of heart. All the mods I run spawn upwards of 1,000, 1,500 cars a day. How much money does that equate to? What's an average day on your railroad money-wise, Plague? I wish it would break this down for you day by day, like total amount of money. Like you could figure it up, you could calculate it, but like in this day I went from start out with 95. By the end of the day I had 19, so 10 grand. Probably about 10 grand a day on my railroad, give or take. I would really like to see like 20 a day. 20 to 30 a day would be nice for me, for the way I play, right? Like, I'm not in here a whole lot. All right, this guy's ready to go. 42 cars, 2,700 tons, 1,800 feet. We got to take him down to Wilmot. We got to work Schley, Micah, and Sheest. We got a little bit to pick up down here. Cars to pick up, cars set out. Barker, we need to check Barker's too. Those Barkers look like, I think it's empty. I don't think there's anything on the spot down here. Yes, it's empty. Sweet. 1,500 cars a day is insane. I'm about 300. I'm paying off debt before I expand anymore. Yeah, that's something else. Like, my debt's pretty manageable now. Like, we're 45,000 in the hole. It's not horrible. I want to picture a person sitting at the crossing waiting for a 500 car hopper train to pass. Turn his car off after 15 minutes, sitting, waiting. An hour later, train ends, right? My question is, that hopper train, was it 2 bays or 3 bays? I think you said what, that was 60 something, 67. Like they definitely, it could have been either or, right? Right up doesn't say. It'd be interesting to see. It could be either or, it could be a mix of both. Okay. Man, we really just don't have much to do other than to just let this guy do his thing. little draggy. Yeah, he's a little draggy. Not too bad, though. I'd like to add another unit to this consist, just so we can move things a little faster. His speed isn't, like... I hate how that does. It should max... Like, you can't change the speed after the fact, right? It is more of a test to see how many spawn lags like crazy, though. But I have to guess you could get around maybe 50 to 75 K or better. Wow. That's a lot. Yeah, I think if I could get the game to 20K a day, I think I'd be pretty happy with it. 30K I'd be very happy with. 30K, I would be good with that. 30K a day. 30K a day cycle in game. I think that'd be pretty reasonable. All right, speaking of that, we need to look at our milestones. Let's do a Larka Junction. All right, we got that. Dillsborough still processing. That sucks because the switcher, the SW1, is at 20% fuel. And you're 60 to 70K a day, Casey? How many cars is that? Rado tells a lie. The engineer was told multiple times to slow down to 23 mile an hour. His engineer was supposedly hitting 40 mile an hour. Wow, 40 mile an hour with that with a 21,000 foot train. We delivered that car though, right? Like, did we not deliver that down here? I could have swore we did. Look at it real fast. It may not have processed yet. Yeah, we did deliver it. It just hadn't processed yet. Hopefully it will in a bit. Let's select this guy. Let's move him out of the way. It's about 300. Run 2 passengers twice a day from Larka to Silver. How big is your passenger train? What do you run? What's your consist now? We still got Big Emma sitting down here in the roundhouse, not doing anything. She's my breaking case of emergency. You got 2 passenger consists? Like you got 1 train or 2 trains passenger? All right, let's look at our wood racks too. Got to get more wood racks for sure. Need. There we go. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That leave us with 9,800. We're fixing to roll the day and get more money, so I think that's pretty good. We've just paid our loan. Yeah, let's get them. I think 10 wood racks would have us in a good place. Down to $9,800 now. We'll make that back, though. We'll make that back pretty easy, I think. You see UP tried twice to outpull the NW record in 2017 and 2023. So no, that record stands. No one's broke it. It's highly, like, it's a highly subjective record, you know? I mean, really, for it to be even, they would need to pull on the same track. You know, like, I mean, I guess if they pulled a 0.5% grade with 500 cars and UP comes along and pulls 0.6% grade with you know, 500 cars, and yeah, they broke it. You run opposite directions twice. Okay, I got you. Okay, so yeah, that would be pretty nice to be able to run that two at one time. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, this guy's rolling up. MD, what's up, dude? This is good afternoon, all. How you doing, man? We're just doing some railroad, trying to finish this day out. About to work Wilmot on our big through freight, our road freight here. He's sitting at 42 cars, 2,700 tons, 2 F units on the head end. Pretty good train. We got 1 car to set out, 2 to pick up. You're good, just taking a lunch break. Nice. What's for lunch today, dude? I'm about to starve. I hadn't had lunch. I had a handful of Cheez-Its. That's my lunch today. Her gaming is back. Just finished watching a 1994 Cajon Pass Runaway documentary. I remember that, yeah. I want to say one of those trains involved with that was a train out of Birmingham. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. We need to cut that guy. Doggone it. Cut that guy. There we go. That's the one where someone turned the air out, right? Someone closed the air off at Summit. Wonton Ramen Chicken Noodle Bowl. That sounds good. I love some Chinese. I wish we had a good Chinese buffet in town. I'd hit that thing up every day. So let's go back. Let's do it this way. Let's grab this guy. Make it a little easier on ourselves. We'll grab them. Come over and grab this one. Kick those 2 over and then spot those 2 back up and then we're good. Some cars didn't have. Yeah, I think that's one. Somehow Englecock got turned out at Summit. I guess they think someone tampered with it, right? It just did. I don't know why anyone would remotely think about doing that. Oh, it's one of those grocery store deals. Yeah, those are pretty good. All right, let's grab them. That handbrake. There's the bottom there. All right, let's go back over and grab this car now. I like going down Cajon way more in Run 8 than I do going up. Going down always has that little bit of pucker factor, right? Like staying on top of it, don't let her get away from you. Going uphill, just put it in number 8 and sit. Like there's nothing challenging about that. It was Santa Fe and Union City. I'm not sure Santa Fe was westbound. Yeah, I want to say one of those, the Santa Fe train was out of Birmingham. They rear-ended the UP, right? Now how that went, I think that's how that went down. My favorite Chinese buffet got shut down. Turns out they had pigeons in the kitchen. Not all the chicken was no. Really? That's not good. We just cook our own sweet and sour chicken. I cook some pretty good sweet and sour chicken. Okay, let's go back to our wood racks. Oh, 1994, was that the coal train derailment? I thought the Santa Fe train was some kind of intermodal out of Birmingham and they ran away and went into the back of a UP. Yeah, you hit the back of the UP coal train. You learned something about the Andrews interchange last night. It isn't flat and had a cut roll away. Yeah, you got to watch that in this game. I've had some cars roll away from me too. Like you be sitting there doing something and you look up and they're gone. UP had their helpers on the bottom. You should try to recreate that NW 1967 load on run 8. Need to do some research on route line grade they operated. Yeah, I need to read up on that. I don't know much about it at all. Okay, we got some air cut out somewhere. That sucks. I think it's going to be. Yeah, let's. Actually, down here. Yep. All right. There we go. Now we're good. And now it's jacked up. Okay. Let's take him ahead just a hair. I made a cut in the wrong spot. That's what's got me goofed up right here. I cut it, but I didn't pull on them, and so it's kind of jacked it up a little bit. Oh, you see our train's rolling away, right? That handbrake on there. He's wanting to roll a little bit. Yeah, let's get him back right. It dumped the air, but it still got the air. Okay, come back. Let's make it solid. Come on, come back to it. I should make for some great content to stream. Yeah, it would be interesting to try it out. I just got to figure out like where and how. I guess you could do it with SD42s instead of SD45s because we don't have those. I got to search up, see if that intermodal was from Birmingham. I'm almost like, I thought it was. I'm not positive on that, but I thought that was because I remember reading up on it a long time ago and being kind of surprised it was out of Birmingham. It was one of those jobs. Go. Now we need to spot these guys up. And they just go right back. Couple of handbrakes just in case, because they will roll right here. They do have the SD45-2. You all right? Yeah, so it's basically the same. It's different electronics. Yeah, Santa Fe was from Birmingham heading to Los Angeles. We're trying to get into Run 8, playing dispatch aspect with random train spawns, having a hard time figuring out where to route things. Yeah, that's the hard part about Run 8. Like, if you're wanting to run things realistically, you gotta develop a knowledge of like how that stuff ran, and like that's kind of next level stuff, you know. Sometimes it can take some research to figure that stuff out. That's why I mostly railroad into 2000s in game, because that's what I know. That's what I don't want to research all the other stuff, so I just I tend to run what I know. Okay, that's good. This guy is good here. Get that handbrake. Let's go back. Have these guys, and we can get out of here. Go to markers. Bigger fuel tank SD45-2 had, which was the most notable thing on him. That's okay. I didn't know that. I didn't know the fuel tank was different. I like the 45 dash. I like the straight 45s too. I think they're both really cool. I think all the Rent-A-Wreck SD45s that I ever had, I think they're all rebuilt. I think they were derated and had upgraded electrics in them. I did work some straight SD45-2s. I think they were all pretty much factory back then. I remember I had a Montana Rail Link one time. That's pretty cool. It was the only MRL engine I ever had. Okay, these guys are good. Yeah, we got a handbrake somewhere. Where's that? I could have swore I knocked that off. All right, let's get him out of here. Let's go to Barker's. We got 2 to set out at Barker's. Standard SD45 units look like SD42 tanks, as were the -2 tanks. Touch the bottom of the walkway. Yeah, I need to go look at that again. Okay, we'll bring him up here. I don't know why the switches throw him. All right, guys, get to going. We got to go. These windows look bad at night, man. That's not cool. You know what? We'll go back to that. They're real cloudy. What's he at now? 43 cars, 2,800 tons, 1,800 feet, almost 1,900 feet. That's a sizable train. It's not the biggest I've had. The biggest I've had in the game was 52. Like 52 or 53, something like that. We did on a stream a while back. Decent train, though. That is for certain decent. Yeah, it has to be really wanting to see a U-18B in this game. U-18Bs would be perfect. Especially if they have the good chug, if they have a good sound with them, man, they would be amazing. Double check Twitch real quick, make sure everything's going okay over there. Yeah, good so far. It says I have excellent connection. That's good. Have you found which mods don't work with Experiment? I have zero clue, dude. Everything that I have works with it, but I don't have any track mods. Basically, the only mods I have is F7B, A, RS1, and the U30B. The U30B, the sound is jacked up on it. It sounds, I want to say it sounds like a first-gen Locomotive EMD instead of GE. But it doesn't sound like a GE. I know that. That's the main reason I got that mod, because it had such a good GE sound to it. You hear that chug. You know, the map enhancement doesn't work. Yeah, I think that's when you start getting into problems, is with the stuff that like changes the track up and stuff like that. Some do. Robinson Gap, right? I think Robinson Gap does work on experimental. I know I've said several times I want to get that, and no one has said otherwise, so I think that would be fine with experimental. Oh, you're using the FA? How is that? Is that a nice mod? I've seen it, but I've never tried it. Is it a good one? Cold mod works for you, Casey? Yeah, on experimental. There's no cab. Yeah, I don't have to have a cab. Honestly, I hardly ever run from the cab. It's more of a novelty. The newish Alco RS1 is nice. Needs to smoke more. Needs deeper Alco engine chugging sound, in my opinion. Zero Mola collided with the back of the UP, was from Birmingham. Only had 4 cars, had available braking. Says there was a blockage in the air hose. He says Discord for Railroader has the map enhancement for the experimental branch. Oh, follow. Why you stop? There you go. Use the pair on a train between Ed Halen and Bryson. That's the FAs. What's the horsepower on those things? Honestly, I couldn't tell you the horsepower on these. These are, what are these? Oh, it doesn't tell. It's just tractive effort. 56.5. Fuel is something I need to look at. Yeah, we need to see about some fuel on these bad boys at some point. I think they're good for a little while, but what does a map enhancer do exactly? Someone makes an SD45 for this. I may come back to play. You think, like, this is kind of a branch line railroad. This is never a major through route. If someone did the clinch build as like a major through route, just imagine all the different power you could like legit run on that route. You stalled with 2 approaching a Larkin Junction in 2,700 tons. You love the GP38s. You pulled 15,000 tons from Whittier to Silva. Nice. Yeah, they're legit. They're just in game to me. I feel like they're in game. If we're going to have EMD like locomotives like that in game, I'd like it to be a GP35 and a GP4 or a GP30. Those would be super cool to have in game. Someone needs to do that. Someone needs to hit up Discord and be like, hey, yo, we need at least a GP30. 35 and a 30 would be nice. We'll make a new map and then everyone will be on it. I love that. Like I said, I'm a huge fan of Clinchfield and Saluda. Those would both be really, really good. The map enhancer basically color code. Okay, I've seen that mod. I've seen it over on Nexus. Makes the map easier to read and use. Sweet, I think we're almost there. Saluda would be insane. Yeah, it would. You could do some modern day stuff on there too. Like whoever's doing SD60, like you could totally put an SD60 on Saluda. Someone, I've had someone mention in here before in another stream that someone was doing an SD9. An SD9 would be good. Yeah, I would dig an SD9 in game. Absolutely. I think SD35s would be Cool. Like those locomotives, they're really underrated. You don't hear a lot about SD35s, but those are some super cool engines. They weren't that great electronic wise. Like none of the 35 series were great electric wise, but they're still really cool. Like the car colors on the map. I like the look of SD35s. Like they just have like kind of a stocky look to them for some reason. SD38 used all the time for a hump. Yeah, that's what they used at Boyles in Birmingham. They had 4 SD38-2s that they used. They were there for years and years and years. All right, this Joker will definitely run away right here, so let's fix. All right, set these out and come back to our train. You love the SD35? Yeah, 35s would be cool. GPs and SDs, both of them. Both of them would be super cool in game. SD35s just look good for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, technically they have a very similar appearance to like just any SD power, but they're very different at the same time too, like, you know? I have a few photos of SD35s that I call it an ex-Seaboard 35 on a train in St. Mary's, West Virginia in the 90s. Yeah, that's super cool. I remember seeing them around back in the day. There weren't a lot of them, but you could see them from time to time. Always like the ones that they rebuilt for the hump down at Waycross. They rebuilt them and called them H15s. Let's go back over. We got those spotted up. Now we're good. Dillsboro be next. Gotta go to Dillsboro. Pick up one there. Set these out. Set these wood racks out at the paper mill. Pick up the cut at the paper mill. And we should be good to go. The famous blackout of 99 in my town when NS rookies took 2 C40s over the hump and hit the brake retarder that broke the circuit. I like SD35s and chassis system livery. Yeah, there wasn't really much of anything that didn't look good in the chassis livery, right? It just looked really good. Everything looked good in that scheme. It's like, you know, some schemes, like different power, like different things wear it better. It looks better in certain schemes, but yeah, chassis look good in just about everything when it was kept up. I've seen some chassis GEs from back in the day that were really ragged. All right, let's come down here to Dillsboro. Well, lunch is over. Time to get back to programming. I'm going to alert later on. All right, MD, I hope you have a good rest of your day, bro. Don't work too hard. We're going to try to get this train down to Silva. Make this money. We got to get this bad boy over the hill now. There's not much going on the railroad other than that. Let's go follow him. Whole city was in the dark for 4 hours. Was it a good look? So they messed up the brake retarder circuit and that blacked the town out somehow? Is that how that went down? Hoosier, I'll tell you another locomotive that looked really, really good in chassis. Like I said, everything looked good in it. That scheme didn't, like, nothing really wore it bad, but the SD50s look really good in the chassis scheme. They wore it really well. All right, what are we hanging on to now? 2,800 tons, 1,800 feet, 41 cars. Don't ask me how. I think they blew up the local power. Yeah, something. It just sounds like something transformer wise, or just shorted something out. It caused some kind of issue, huh? Need a war bonnet paint for your F units. You know, the ones that I like, war bonnet's a classic, right? Everyone thinks about the war bonnets. I like the Santa Fe units in the blue and yellow too. The F units, what did they call that? The freight bonnets or something like that, or they had a few different schemes. It seemed like they had one that was predominantly blue with a yellow bonnet, and it seems like they had some that were like a yellow bonnet with a silver, or like they had a few, but I really like the blue ones. Yeah, the B&O units. Blue bonnets, okay. Yeah, the blue bonnets look really good. I belong to some rail fan groups here in Texas. Someone posted a picture of, like, it was 4 blue bonnets outside of Houston back in the day. It looked really, really good. Blue bonnets. Yeah, I like those a lot. Like, honestly, I like those better than I do the traditional war bonnets. Those are really nice too, but the blue bonnets are so different. Yeah, the blue bonnets were sharp. Man, she's dragging, right? 2,800 tons is about it. I could get away with 3,000 or a little bit more, but if she keeps averaging out at 2,800 tons, we may have to add another unit to it. Add a GP9 to the consist. Longest non-stop train in the United States were to Santa Fe war bonnets, known as Red Bull Express. It operated from Nevada to New York City. How you done with the 1996 Cajon Pass runway documentary? Yeah, it had a few. I say going down, it's way more fun than going up. Going down, keep you on your toes. Going up, just set the throttle and sit. Just hang out. Now down to 14. Nevada to New York City is his run. Cool info. Yeah. One of the cars from 5 to 9, it got kinked. Yeah, I don't really remember anything about the 96 runaway. The railroad I worked on, this is before I hired out. This happened in the early 90s. Local came to town and they'd left a loaded wood rack coupled up to a molten sulfur tank, a loaded molten sulfur tank in the siding. And they went down the tracks a few miles to work in other industries. So they just had those two cars sitting in the siding. When they came back just in time to see those two cars rolling around the curve on their own by the north end of the siding. Well, just so happened they were told to clear up in the siding because there was a southbound train they were going to meet. It was what was that train? 685 or something like that. And so they jumped on the radio and they told 685 they had two cars headed their way. They're going down to 7% grade. Both loaded. So the molten sulfur tank was first out. The loaded wood rack was on the bottom. So 685 stopped on the side of the hill. They jumped off at less than 10 mile an hour, and not like right after they jumped, the two cars hit. The lead engines for the 685 was 2-8s, two wide cabs. And when they hit it like between 50 and 60 mile an hour. And the pulpwood rack, it bent the bulkhead forward and made a ramp and just launched all the pulpwood off the car on top of the lead engine. Went like into the windshield and everything. Like, it was a mess. So I got some video of it. I made some video of it. I got to go up in the cab. Like, I got all kind of shots of it. But what had happened was, it says handbrake wasn't applied. Yeah, they didn't tie handbrake. And the molten sulfur car, the reason why it was there is because they changed wheel out. It had a hot box, and there was a leak in the brake line somewhere. It had a leak in the brake line. So like when they left them there, they were charged. The brakes were applied. They didn't have a handbrake, but they bled off super fast because of that leak in the brake system, and it allowed them to roll out. And so for autocorrects getting on my nerves, they say, "Oh, dude, you don't have to worry about that here. Don't sweat it." I think it's 2017. You had a cut of cars rolled out in CSX Avon Big 4 hump yard and derailed, blocking several crossings in the city of Indianapolis. Really? Those war bonnets is the reason the Horseshoe Curve MG Tower was built for the cross mountain traffic, that it was a major threat from Germany during that time. Yeah, sabotage was a big deal. Yeah, sabotage was legit during World War II. Look at all the bridges and stuff. Huey P. Long Bridge had guards on it. Several tunnels, like lots of infrastructure had guards back in the day. Japanese, right? All right, so we got one car to pick up down here. Then on to Silva. So she topped the hill 2,800 tons at 14 mile an hour. Not too bad. We could have put a little bit more on her. 3,000, give or take. It's probably about it, though, with the two F units. I do think we need to add another unit to this consist eventually, though. Just to help out with the tonnage and also for shop purposes. Like this unit's 94%. I don't know what is the 300. 300 is 94% as well too. So these are going to have to be shop. Like I'm going to have to start kind of thinking about that. No, this isn't the kind of line for RDC, but those would be, yeah, those would be cool. Different. This game would be cool to have a route in the Northeast, like on the Lehigh. I don't know where, because I don't know much about that area up there. But the I think the Lehigh, like surely the Lehigh should have a route. Somewhere on the Lehigh would suit this game. You said the Pulpwood launched off the car. If it did, that thing must have been flying through. Yeah, they did. They launched the Pulpwood a long ways. They launched a lot of it right into the windshield of the wide cab. Okay, so let's grab the one car. If you're not breaking knuckles, you don't have enough power. What's going on, Kerbo? How you doing, man? It's good to see you. We had a good start to your week. Hammer says, I'm not far from Horseshoe Curve. Young Gaby says, Kerbo's in the chat. Mother Slug says, I'm from the Lehigh Valley. Totally agree. Yeah, Lehigh would be a good one in game. I don't know. What would be some good routes, Mother Slug, from Lehigh in the game? Something in Pennsylvania with some coal, right? I've been fascinated with the Lehigh, and Mike Bednar's stuff just makes me more and more interested in the Lehigh. Every time I watch those videos from the Northeast, it was really cool. They were lucky that the northbound Silver Star was canceled due to a hurricane, or it would have been that train that had derailed. Blake says, I've suggested the entire Western Maryland complete with a Ma and Pa interchange, B&O interchange, Cass, and C&O 800 some miles. That'd take forever. Yeah, it would. That's the thing I like about this game is the route's kind of manageable. It's pretty manageable. It's not too big. Like I said, Road 8 would be... Road 8 wouldn't be bad if it had better customer, like, control interface, that kind of thing. They pile up 20 cars at Air Touch Station. Earl says, we'll put down some lunch and then picking up the kids from school for disappointment, then back to work. The dad life. I hear you on that, dude. I totally hear you on that. There's not much going on with my kids this week. Knock on wood. Things pretty quiet. They're out Friday, of course. They're out more than they go to school. They're out way more than I ever was when I went to school. Man, they go like 2 weeks and then they're out a day. Then they go 2 weeks and then they're out a day. Then they go 2 weeks and then they're out a day. They're out this Friday because there's a stock show. And the stock show in Texas is a big deal. It's a super big deal, the stock show. So then they were out last Friday for snow. Had a snow day. They got early release Thursday, out all day Friday for snow. Now they got the stock show. And then they'll probably be out another day before spring break, and then they'll have spring break. Like, they're out all the time. Anyway, Kerbo, what's for lunch today, dude? Someone else in chat said they're having some kind of ramen noodles. Wonton ramen noodles or something. Casey says lots of taconite up in Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan. Harbor drop-offs. Yeah, that I could see that. What was the railroad up in Minnesota in that area that hauled so much taconite? They used a bunch of the old BN U30Cs. What was that railroad, guys? I know someone's going to know that. Okay, let's head on south. We got to keep going. Now it's time for Silva. Go to Silva here. Most people don't know that Pennsylvania founded oil, first known as Quakers. Really, Pennsylvania started Quaker State. Oh, homemade chicken Caesar salad sounds good. Miss Spur and I have been having a lot of these buffalo chicken wraps that we make for lunch. With like buffalo chicken and maybe mozzarella and cheddar inside it. and then air fry it, and then we put lettuce and tomato and onion inside. It is really, really good. Legit. All right, let's bring this guy on down. Let's move this guy out of the way. We need to move him over. Let's move him down here. Ah, man, I don't know. I kind of hate to do that because he's running so low on fuel, but we need to get him out of the way. Bluegrass, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Got you on the big screen. Spur, no pressure. Have to use phone for chat, right? In HD. The Lake Superior and Ishpeming. Is that it? Is that the one that ran all the taconite up there with the XBN units? Young Gaming says, I ate a sandwich with mayo and 2 slices of ham. That sounds pretty good. Like some honey ham. Used to run taconite from the UP up here on the Pierre Marquette. Is that Marquette or Marquis? Is it the Pierre Marquis? Is it Key or Ket? I've always wondered. I don't know. Been good. Been a while since I called a live stream. Yeah, it has been, man. I'm glad to hear you doing good. Hope the old railroad is running well. It's running about as good as it can. At the moment, we just bought 10 new cars. We bought 10 wood racks. And we're going to open up the, we're going to do the Larka Y. That's where we're at right now. So. Is it Marquette? Ket. Okay, Pierre Marquette. Hello, Kerbo. Miss your Run 8 streams. It's pronounced Pierre Marquis. Okay, so we've had people say both ways. So I guess either or, right? It's like tomato, tomato. Marquette. DMIR. That's the one I'm thinking. That was the one that had the all the BN U30Cs on it. Nice. I've been playing this a bit lately. Bought my 4th GP9. Made it in Nantahala. Just finished the Alarka branch 2. Working on building a fleet of pole cars. Wow. But dude, you've been busy because you started like way after I started playing this game. Yeah, we needed the pulpwood cars. I need more pulpwood cars. We had 19 grand. We got down to 9,800. So I think we're okay. We're fixing to make a bunch back. We're going to deliver all this pulpwood. Deliver this train to... Silva, we should be good. You bought the new Run 8 route today, so I hope to stream that sometime. Which one, Kerbo? You talking about the NS route? I still need to get the Fresno to Stockton one. That's the one I want to get next. Demon IR ran iron ore. Okay. Like those people that say reading, like I'm reading a book. No, it's Reading. Yeah, the Reading and Northern, right? The Reading and Northern. I learned that from Mike Bednar too. I'm telling you guys, if y'all haven't, like, if you like old school railroading, watch the Mike Bednar series. There's a few videos, like it's clips of, like, you have to buy the videos, right? Which is fine. I've looked at buying some of them. I just hadn't got around to it, but they've got little clips of them online. He's like got videos of railroading that he made from like the late 60s, early 70s up to the 80s. Man, he's got like some of the best documented old school railroading I think I've ever seen. Not one says he runs Stockton right now. Yes, the NS route in Alabama. The NS route, Kerbo, is really good route. I like that route a lot. I'm a Southeast guy, so I like all the Southeast stuff. Heard of that route. I love it. He's done some articles in Railroad Mags. Really, that's cool. PRP. Yeah, I saw a video that Mike had narrated. It was fairly recent, and honestly, he didn't sound that good at it. I was kind of worried. He doesn't sound the same as he did in some of that earlier stuff. I hope he's okay. He's got a lot of like really good railroad knowledge in the Northeast. Like I never knew much about Northeast railroading back in the day, but or if they have Florida Road. Yeah, they have the A line. They have Fitzgerald sub Manchester to Waycross, which is a route I worked in real life from time to time. Waycross to Jacksonville, Jacksonville to Orlando. They got part of the Nahuna sub up to Jessup, Doctortown that way. Waycross to Taft. I like the Fitz. The Fitz to me is the most challenging out of all the routes to run. The NS AGS can be pretty challenging too. It has a lot of up and down, but the Fitz has the most up and down. It's like a roller coaster. LV Railroad Office headquarters building is still here, turned into condos, but now still here. Nice. Live in northern lower Michigan, near the 45th parallel. Manistee, Michigan, was founded on fur trapping and logging. Yeah, where I live in the Panhandle, they did a lot of stuff with buffalo here. I like reading about that. A lot of buffalo hunting in this area back in the day. Does A-Line go through Stewart also? It doesn't ring a bell to me. Stewart, where is Stewart at exactly? Tampa is not in Run 8. They've expressed interest in going to Tampa, but not at this moment. I'd like to see it go to Tampa. I'd like to see Run 8 go to Tampa and have the Bone Valley. The Bone Valley's got so much switching back in the day between all the phosphate and stuff that they did down there. The Bone Valley would be awesome. Branch line railroading, DTC. Yeah, the Bone Valley's goated. Yeah, tons and tons. Is like that was a large majority of the tonnage that moved out of Florida was from the Bone Valley. Northwest Palm on East Coast Florida. No, it doesn't go through there. Yeoman would be cool in Run 8. Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeoman and Uceda. The Bone Valley. Do the Bone Valley the way it was in the 80s and 90s. When there was tons and like the Bone Valley nowadays is nothing like what it used to be. Don't like if you're going to do the Bone Valley, don't do it like it is now. That would suck. Like do it what it was during its heyday. You know, where there's 50 bazillion mines down there and processing plants and everything else. Like there was so many trains that ran down there. Just like trains that ran between the mines and processing, trains that ran to Rockport. You know, really, if they're going to do Tampa, they need to do Tropicana too. Go down to Bradenton, right? Go Orlando to Tampa to Bradenton, and then do an add-on for the Bone Valley. Like the Bone Valley be a ton of track. S-Line, Bow-Line. Bow-Line would be cool. The Bow-Line has been the redheaded stepchild for decades. Kerbo says, I gotta run. Have a good one, Spur. All right, man. I appreciate it. I hope you have a good day, Kerbo. Yep, you see it in Yeoman. Yeoman is my favorite. They had a DLC pack I'd get in the Bone Valley and A-Line. I'd imagine if they do Tampa, it'd have Uceda and Yeoman both. Fun fact, 2009 movie Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, being with a little ice cream truck and that giant construction vehicle takes place in Bethlehem Steel, was largest in the world. That's cool. I didn't know that. Yeah, I'm a huge fan of having a Bone Valley in Road 8. I think that'd be a good one. All right, I got to figure out how I want to do this. I think they come over, cut off, come over, grab these, go back over, then come back over with the wood racks and set them over. What we got? These are all paperboard, 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 tannery. We got one tannery car. What does the tannery look like right now? Oh, 240 tons. They're maxed out. They're good. They're totally maxed out. They can get by with one car for a day. Curious why everyone uses the wrong bypass track here. I guess it could be either or. I just, like, if you take this track here, then you have to go through the switch down here. I just kind of considered this one the main line. I guess it could be either or. We had some main line like that outside of Atlanta where you had to go through a switch either end. Like, if you went straight away on one end, you went through a switch on the other end. It was the same opposite direction. You like see him do a route for CSX in West Virginia. Like the hidden sub would be a good one. Yeah, through Thurman. Sand Patch. Rise Pass, absolutely. That would be a really good western route. It's not desert. So many possibilities, just quality is the thing about Run 8 too is, like, even when they do the shorter route, like the AGS is 80 something miles, what, 85 miles, not quite 100. It's still 100 miles of track they have to scenic. It's a lot. It's a lot to do. Fitz was 200 and gosh, 250 miles. It was a crazy amount of track for that route, which equates to a lot of work. And when you only got like 5 people working on it, well, there's a huge, like, issue with time is money, money is time. Not enough people, like, you get in all kind of issues that way. Okay, let's grab this guy because I tried to do something with the other one. Yeah, I know, dude. He's honking at me. It'll be okay. There we go. Now we're good. Let's see. I'd be game for anything in Kentucky. Street running and the LCL sub. That'd be a good one. Not a lot of local work. Busy track with Henderson sub, or go back to the 90s with the Corbett. Yeah, the CC would be good. I'd like to see Hagen's switchback. I think Hagen's switchback would be cool because it's so different, and it would be a joint. Like, once you get to a Big Stone Gap, it would be joint NSCSX to Waycross on the Clinchfield. Or you could do it old school and run through Appalachia that way and come out of where did that go? You came out at St. Paul, Virginia on the Clinchfield. That would be super cool to have as well too. But that route, like Big Stone Gap to Frisco on the Clinchfield or Waycross, whatever that place is called. That NS portion of the route, they had some steep grade. They got like some 1.8% grades out there. I want to say some of them get up to almost to 2%. It's pretty legit, that route. A lot of coal up there. A lot of different things you could do on that route. That's the thing I love about Road 8, it's never ending game. Bypass always has leaf switches on it, so if an incident should happen, there wouldn't be a train slamming into parked cars. The CC would be interesting. 2 pusher sections not far apart, a ton of tunnels, full trains. Go down to EK at Winchester, CV at Corbin, and the T. Yeah, that would be an interesting one to have. If they added Bode Valley, I would do street running if they have street running already. Harper's Ferry would be cool. Yeah. Oh, yeah. CC today is nothing like what it used to be. 4 to 5 trains on a good day. It's all about the coal. Just look at all the coal that came off the CC sub that ran down into Florida back in the day. There are so many coal, like the Crystal River trains. Those were multiple a day. You had Power Park in Jacksonville. You had Cedar Bay in Jacksonville. You had, of course, Stanton, Boswick, Indiantown, or what is that? Indiantown, or whatever that power plant was outside of Miami. Yeah, the Tico coal trains, Deer Haven. You had the one in Lakeland. What else? They had some coal trains that ran to Brook. I think Brook. What was that? Brook? Is it Brookhaven or Brooksville or whatever it was down there that took a coal train for a cement plant down there once in a while? Like, there was a ton of coal that moved into Florida back in the day, guys. Like, it really just, a large majority of that's gone now. If Horseshoe Curve line would be made, it needs to start at Enola Yard and then pass Altoona and head to Johnstown, but pass it and stop at the Brick House east of Pittsburgh. The Grace Kentucky auto racks coming out of the assembly plant running down Main Street. $3,000 tons. Nice. This guy is going to be struggling a little bit here. He's doing it. He can move 3,000, but there's a little bit of a grade right here. Horseshoe Curve's already in run 8, right? I don't have that route, but yeah, you're right. I just don't know anything about it. LCO will be challenging, not much level track. As far as West Coast stuff, I want to see the UP completed between Riverside and wherever it joins in. Going into LA, you know, they skipped that part. I'm talking about the old school UP back before it was the merger with SB and all that stuff. The outer river, like it goes a little bit, their line goes a little bit out of Riverside and then it just cuts off. I'd like to see that complete. Soulmate's something that turns around in autumn. It looks nice. See, Lakeland sub. You're on day 43 for your reference. I'm on day 45, dude. You're just a little bit behind me. You've been playing a little bit. You've been playing a little bit for sure. Okay, we got to cut these guys off and set them over. Let's set them in here. We'll just, that should be good right there. Someone made a maid. That must be Stone made a mod. I got you. I know what you're talking about. I speak Japanese too. Almost caught up. Yeah, you almost caught up with me. Yeah, I play this maybe once or twice a week. That's why I'd like the money to be a little more free in game. Craziest intersection crossing I've seen lately is UP near Hazleton, PA. 7-point road tracks go through the middle. Man, I could have pulled this guy way up further. I wasn't even thinking. That's all right. It's not going to matter. Your Stone's doctor, so it made sense to you, right? Yeah, there's like all these games, there's tons of possibilities. It's just a matter of having the time, manpower, money to do it. All that stuff affects each other. Time is money. Money is time. Manpower is money. But manpower reduces time. Less manpower, less money, more time. You know, it all is hand in hand. And I like, until route creation is automated through sat imagery and topo maps and all that stuff, it's going to be like a huge time sink to do this stuff. You wonder if Railroader with Class 1 would be good? Double track mains and interconnecting cities? Yeah, I think so. I think as long as it's manageable, it's not too big. I think Railroader, the routes need to be manageable. They don't need to be too big, but I think like a mainline run for Railroader would be nice. Like out of Roanoke, Virginia back during the cold days on the N&W. That'd be a good one. Clinchfield would be a mainline. Major railroad. The Clearwater and Tampa terminals sub 2. Yeah, those could all be good. Discount randomly changes per day. You could have 1% discount or end up with a 95% discount. Oh, are you talking about in game as far as spending your money? Yeah, I'd be for a discount. Here, guys, we're almost done. That's going to be a nice chunk of tonnage we just set off there. You keep trying to find ways to speed up all the switch. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, time is so limited in this game for me. You have to be as efficient as you possibly can. Discount mod install. Okay, I got you. Installs via UMM. Darksider, what's up, man? Says haven't been here in ages. What's going on, dude? We having a good day? Yeah, we're just railroading, shooting a breeze. Make some of that money in game. At least devs didn't start you off with a hand pump car. Yeah, that would suck. Having a CTC system would be more complex with a class 1 would be fun. The unit trains would might help a little bit, save on switching. Yeah, you kind of see the benefit of some of these operating practices when you get into the game. A skill test car. Doing good, so you're going to start working for a different railroad company in real life, either doing cargo or passenger. Nice. That sounds cool. We just had one of our viewers get hired out by a short line. He was leaving the main line, going to the short line. Currently, all you do is shunning, just working in the yard job stuff. I'll be honest, if I could have done it, like, if I could have stayed in the yard and been protected there and not have to worry about being bumped, I probably would have stayed with the railroad a lot longer. I could have had a yard, could have had a good yard job and not be forced to engine service. I would have been all about that. I would have had to have gone to engine service, so I would have lost every bit of my seniority. I just wasn't keen on that. That was like the straw that broke the camel's back. I had zero desire to go to the engineer's extra board and stay there for 10 years. Which is exactly what that's absolutely what would have happened. Yeah, yeah, they delivered those cars. Doggone it. Sure did. Where can we put them? I guess we'll go on this track. Well, at least we got 10 wood racks now. We'll have to get these situated paint wise. They look okay. They're too bad. You picked up your last set out, headed back to Calwa. You run 5-unit trains on my save. It's nice to get things done timely. Yeah, I'll probably, as traffic changes and increases, I'll probably mess around with it too, as far as how things flow. You really do need to get Run 8. Run 8's a lot of fun. I enjoy Run 8. This point, it's time for the next step, and yard work is always going to be there, at least here in Europe. Yeah, see, that's the thing. In the United States, you don't necessarily always stand for yard jobs. Like I would have had to made a seniority move all the way down to Waycross. I would have had to have moved and all that. You know, yeah. The closest thing I had to a yard job was a paper mill. Paper mill wasn't bad, but I had to drive almost 2 hours to get there, so that part sucked. Yard works better was local home every night. Yeah, that's the great thing about working a yard job is that you can be home every day. We're always home every night, no matter if the yard or not. The shift has to start at the exact. Oh, I got you. Yeah, that is nice. I would be all about that too. To have a regular schedule. Guy rolling up in here, 41 cars, 2,600 tons, 18 mile an hour. These F units are a boss. They really just are. Good purchase. I'm glad I got these F units. For example, as an engineer in the morning, I grab the locomotive out of the house, go to the yard, shunt workers couple together, my cargo train, and then I drive for 3 hours and then back with a different train. Nice. Yeah, it's changed a lot since I did it. Like I said, pool jobs didn't have regular days off when I worked. Now they got rest days. We didn't have that. Yeah, we're going to have to double this bad boy over. Not even remotely fitting. All right, let's go. Let's go Manuel. Go manual. Pull them in the clear, then we'll cut off and shove in the middle track. I'd rather do it on the other side, but we can't. Locked. So I've never been able to work for the railroad, but I would assume building and breaking trains in your yard would be way more interesting than running down the road. I enjoyed going down. Yeah, I like the pool job. The part about the pool job that sucked is not knowing when you're going to work. That was like the downside to that. You got to live by the phone. And one day you may work during the daytime, and then the next time you work maybe during the nighttime, or both. You know, that's the part that sucked. Otherwise, I like running to Maine. You saw some beautiful countryside. It was easy on the right trains. It was really easy. Step on, step off. Come on, stop, dude. Kind of. $1,600, nice. High handbrake. All right, let's cut off this one and shove these back in the clear. Right there. That should be good. We're not hanging on to a lot. Well, overnights happen, but mostly old shady private companies where you drive through half of Europe and then work like 80 hours a week. So dark side, or like you get to work through multiple countries for certain railroads. Is that how that works? Because I know like y'all's distances are a lot more compressed. Which route do you think I should give for run 8? A-line or Fitz? Dude, that's a tough one. I really like both of them. Yeah, that's a tough one. Fitz is more challenging to run. It's got more grades. It's got a lot of grades, a lot of up and down. The north end of the line is completely different than the south end of the line. South end's flatter, high speed running, 60-mile-an-hour trains. North end, really steep 1% grades. Someone told me on another stream that devs didn't know players were wanting to operate long loads. Reason why porting tracks are so short. Don't believe a word of that. What game are you talking about, Mother Slug? I recently do shutting at the moment and barely run down the railroad. And in the future, I'll be mainly running down the railroad, but still want to do shunting in the yard every now and then. I could imagine seeing countryside would be pretty incredible. Closest I got was riding a semi with the old man. Yeah, we used to run through Talladega National Forest. That was gorgeous. It was absolutely beautiful. We got to run alongside the Tallapoosa River. That was really pretty. You get to see a lot of bald eagles and stuff out there. We got to keep shoving. Yeah, we got to keep shoving a little bit more here. Yeah, if they have the same language, for example, I'm an Austrian, could drive in Switzerland, Germany, but each country has its own rules, so you'll have to do a full final exam for each country. So it could be the same railroad, just operating in different countries. See, that's really weird to me, like railroading like across multiple countries. Okay, then I'm running the A-line. Yeah, the A-line's good. I like the A-line. Oh, the railroader game you're playing. Okay. Man, we're still one car short. Are you freaking kidding me? All right. Shove a little bit more here. We may be in trouble. Because we don't have a way to get our power around... we don't have a way to get our power around this stuff. Yeah, that kind of sucks. I have a feeling these tracks are going to be full. We got 9 cars inbound for the Alarka Y. Then we got the 10 wood racks. We might have an open track when we're done, like when we get the inbound. All right, let's pull this guy ahead. We'll advance today. Go a little further here. I think we're done. Minus the logs. We gotta do something with logs real fast before we advance today, because Sawmill's on the verge of shutting down. Yeah, Sawmill is on the verge of shutting down. So what we need to do, grab these guys, set them over. We got to set that 1 cut of 8 over. Shove these back in and then take these and spot them. What does the sawmill look like operation-wise? Half. He's half at 33.2. All 'Cause 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 ' I think he'd be all right till the next day. It's only a few hours. Like says, catch you later, Spur. Going to help someone out with a model issue. All right, Plague. I hope you have a good day, bro. We'll see you later. This is when you need the Silver Yard mod. Yeah, in some instances, it would definitely help. I'd imagine multiple countries happen in North America too. Canada. Yeah, they could. You could railroad. I think the CSX ran up, where they ran up to Montreal or something. For example, our company is owned by the government, but they drive trains up to Poland, just switching out the personnel in each country, but same locomotive. Okay, I got you. So it's run through stuff. Kind of like what we do here across multiple railroads. Favorite rail car? I love the aggregate hopper car. Oh, as far as rail cars, that's hard to say. There's several. I mean, really, it comes down to it. I'm kind of indifferent, but there's several that are like super useful. They're good cars. Oh, CN's a good one. Yeah. Yeah, CN is a good one. Canada down to New Orleans. They have to deal with crossing international lines. That's the thing, like when you have a merger like that, they take over IC or KCS or who are like they took over IC first. Like that railroad, it's still run like the IC for a good while, even after the merger. It's just CN, like just getting it to fit together in the bigger scheme of things. CPKC was bragging about being the only one to hit all three. Yeah, that was a Hunter Harris. Like, he was all about that. I feel like he was big on having that railroad legacy. It just seems like to me. Like, either, you know, trying to get CSX having a true transcontinental railroad or, you know, something like that. Honestly, CPKC, I would have never guessed that 30 years ago. Yeah, I never would have guessed. I never would have saw that one coming down the pipe. Like, I never. You still see the IC Death Stars, and so yeah, I always been a fan of the IC. I thought it was an interesting railroad. Also, I was interested in the IC because they ran into Birmingham, and that was part of the BNSF yard. East Thomas, like I've mentioned before, they called it the IC side and the BN side. I think it's a neat line, but being different to what's around here probably has a little to do with it, right? We just had a new sub. Even though that one did not alert me for some reason. It did alert me, but it didn't alert me. Like, I don't understand that. That is weird. Either way, welcome. Welcome to the new sub. Thanks for joining, man. I appreciate it. Why did it not tell me? Like, it told me, it alerted me on screen, but it didn't alert me in my alert over here. Like, why? Check this out real fast. Y'all just bear with me here. Recent events. John Ventani, welcome. Yeah, it tells me on Streamlabs, but not Stream Elements. Why? No clue why that didn't do what it's supposed to do. I said, either way, welcome, bro. Appreciate it, man. All right, this guy spotted up. Let's cut him off. He's got a few cars left to unload. We're just going to shuttle these back. What's he look like fuel-wise? He's good fuel. Yeah, good fuel. You see CN power over here semi-frequently on potash, phosphate, ethanol, unit trains. CN power was something I never saw. I don't remember. We used to see a lot of that kind of power on the molten sulfur trains. It's really more Sioux line than anything back in the day. Like, I had several trains that had Sioux line engines on, especially the molten sulfur trains, like some of the pet rock trains, the pet coke that moved out of Chicago. I don't ever remember having a CN or a CP unit, though. I know they ran. They absolutely ran. They did stuff with them, but over here, the story was 1998 when CN derailed a person's loco and then drove it down the street to a town in Canada, lost power due to blizzard, and railroad used the engine to power the town. Nice. Use that as a generator, huh? I looked into U.S. railroading. I can tell us comparing football to rugby is kind of similar, but also, yeah, you're right, dude. Like, railroading as a whole is the same common goal. Moving cars over rails from point A to point B using locomotives. Europe's a lot of like electrified stuff. You know, here's diesel. A little different operating philosophies, that sort of thing. All right, these guys. Connolly Creek L2. Which one is that? It's this one, right? I think it is. I think it's this one right here. All right, we absolutely got to get these spotted up before we split the day. Before we flip the day. Sulfur trains are frequent on the Henderson sub with the yes, they did. You're right. I never saw any Wisconsin Central units when I worked, but you're absolutely right. Before that, like a few years before I hired, the WC units were all the time. There we go. Now it's updated. John Ventani's updated on the stream elements part. It just, there's a huge delay on that. Wow. Saw a couple of Sioux Line units shot a Sioux Line SD60 lead automotive train out of Louisville. Last one you ever saw. CSX is the only class 1 I haven't seen on the Transcon here in my neck of the woods. Where's that at, Casey? I see CSX units on the Transcon here in the Texas Panhandle all the time. CSX and NS. I used to see a lot of those city locomotives too. What were they? City, what was some kind of leaser? Those were really sharp too. Like, I guess they're ES 4400s. That's like a part of railroading I don't know anything about, but I used to see them here from time to time. I thought they looked really good. So I figured out what DLC packs I want to buy for Run 8 and what route I'm going to run along with the game. This is going to be $292. Yeah, it's not cheap. It's not like gaming's gotten really expensive, period. I was playing PUBG the other night. Free to play game, right? There's tons of stuff you can buy in that game too. It's almost like Fortnite. Not quite as bad as Fortnite, but you see CSX on about every class. Yeah, CSX gives their engines out freely. Because they're crap. We went to see it last year. First train you saw was the CSX leader. Drive to Arkansas, see the big boy. Train waiting on town. Waiting for it in town. Had CSX power. Yeah, Galesburg has. Yeah, you're right. CSX, they go everywhere. Oh, you work in Fargo, North Dakota. I've only seen S once or twice. Same with UP. Mostly just BNSF, a few Canadians here and there. Hammer Mike says that's how World of Tanks is. Yeah, War Thunder too. War Thunder is exactly the same. It's pay to win. I'm sure World of Tanks is too, right? Pay to win. That's why I like War Thunder. I used to play the hell out of that game back like when it first came out and a few years after. Mrs. Spur and I played that game all the time. Like that's when we could get in together. It's easy. You just jump right in and play. It's not really like too involved. Like War Thunder nowadays, I only like the low tier stuff. Tier 1, like tier 1 through tier 4, I'll play. All that high tier stuff, I stay away from. A lot of Sioux sit in Ohio graveyard railway repurposed boneyards. I like the Sioux engines. We used to get the Sioux SD60s a good bit. I thought they were really cool. Probably some of the few SD60s that I was ever on were the Sioux. Larry's Truck and Electric. I wonder who Larry is. Y'all know anything about Larry? Is Larry just some dude that just started buying locomotives and scrapping them and leasing them? Like, who is Larry? I want to know about Larry. Right? Larry just had a scrapyard and you just decided one day to get a locomotive. Like, like how I could see that, right? Like if you get it for the right price and the price of scrap is good and all the stuff you could get out, and you could part them out too. You could part them out and resell the parts, even if you didn't recondition them, just sell the parts flat out. There's a CP SD60 on NS the other day going to P&L. Larry's probably like Tom from MySpace. Yeah, you're probably right. Larry's just some dude that just got into it somehow, right? Just had a big field, decided to build a rail yard and figured, yeah, you build it, they will come. Yeah, I don't know, but I don't know anything about Larry. I'd like to know about Larry though. Larry sounds like he really diversified when he got into the rail stuff. Used to see Sioux a fair amount as a kid. CP crosses BNSF in Detroit Lakes, Minnesota. I like the Sioux white. The white scheme was the best. I never, the red was okay, but I don't know. I felt like they lost a lot of their identity when they went to the solid red. I like the white and the red. Their website front page looks like something from the 90s. One image, 2 rows of buttons for navigation, nothing fancy. If all that stuff I wanted for Run 8 was less than 130, I'd get them no problem. Yeah, that's the thing, Young. You just have to kind of prioritize what you want. You can't do anything without the route. So I'd start with that and then kind of go from there. He still has an AOL email address straight from the night. Is this Larry? Are we talking about Larry? He just needs the GeoCities hosting, right? GeoCities, absolutely. GeoCities website hosting. Larry is a minimalist. Larry is absolutely a minimalist. I bet that dude's making money hand over fist too, doing that. Like, he just like bare bones, buying up locomotives dirt cheap and scrapping them, basically doing a railroad a favor, getting rid of them, parting them out at the same time, stripping anything useful off of them, getting the copper, and be worth some money, the wiring and stuff. Find me an LV unit. Now we're talking. I never found one sitting anywhere. Yeah, I never seen an LV unit. I never saw a Western Maryland unit. This is one of the predecessor railroads on CSX that I never saw. I never saw Western Maryland. I saw Georgia Railroad, Western Railway of Alabama, A&WP, all those outliers, but I never saw Western Maryland. Yeah, I might as well just get the game route first, and then later in the year get the packs and stuff for 2. Yeah. You just have to kind of break it down and get it when you can. Is my best advice. I wish they do some bundle packs where, like, if you buy a whole bunch of stuff together, you get a discount. I think because as they keep adding more and more stuff, it's going to be harder and harder for people, like new people, to come into the game because it's such a huge investment. And this guy's spotted up. Let's take him back. Get ready to get these other fine cars. All right, let's grab these up. Local dead short line here in the middle of the woods is 5 Conrail units untouched. That's a crazy find. That is crazy. There was a straight CSX SD42. Wasn't it the C&O unit or something that sat somewhere for a long time out in the middle of nowhere? Or am I thinking of something else? Jason says, I might know a thing or two about scrap and copper. I'm an electrician and I get to keep the scrap on my jobs. Nice. May or may not have a sizable pile in my... It adds up after a while, and when the price is right, man. When I was a kid, okay, you guys remember they had code lines beside the railroad tracks, kind of like they do in game, right? Like these are code lines here. Carry all kind of information for dispatching and power and communications, all that stuff. When I was a kid, my dad and I used to rail fan. CSX started having big code line outages between different locations. And they would go out there and all the code line would be gone. They'd be stripped off the poles for a long, long ways. They finally caught the guys. The guys had a four-wheel drive Jeep, and they had a winch on the front of it. And they would pull the code line down and tie it off on that winch and just roll it up. And they were getting tons of copper that way. Super easy, in and out real fast. Like yank it down and be gone. In fact, I think in some instances they would yank it down and drag it out of there and then wind it up, so they wouldn't be out by the tracks, you know. Yeah, bundle pack with a discount like a GP40s and SD45. Like, yeah. One of the Conrail units, famous Ballast Express. Those were cool. It was back when railroads wanted to do special units for MOW, like the CSX Pumpkins. Never understood that. That had to be... That had to be like some kind of bookkeeping thing for them to do that. Like the Pumpkins, it had to be an accounting thing. Is the only thing I can think of, because they had the Pumpkins, but the Pumpkins didn't stay on maintenance away service. They went right back. Like you started seeing them on road service again. You know, like they were supposed to be exclusively MOW, but they wound up back on the road. So the Pumpkins, like units like that were purely for MOW service, had to be an accounting thing. Like they had to get something out of that. There were the bad apples of the yeah, there were the GP40. They had several GP40s that they made into Pumpkins, U23Bs they used. So yeah, the older stuff that was wore out and not the greatest. All right, we'll let this guy come up here and grab these cars. Yeah, U18Bs too. Yeah, U18Bs. That's right. That's the Pickens units. The Pickens units are ex Pumpkins. You're totally right on that. It just dawned on me. You never saw any of them? I remember seeing them thinking it was the beginning of the end. Right, that was the last of the good, like the good old school power that you used to see. GP40s used to be everywhere on the railroad. They were, oh man, there were like hundreds of them out and about. You know, U23Bs, U18s, they were all over the place. When you started seeing the pumpkin units, like that stuff went away fast. It really did. It's crazy how much CSX changed, like from 90 to 94-ish, 95. Paint scheme wise, fleet wise, like everything changed in the blink of an eye. Like once they figured out a good paint scheme to paint, it was on. All right, is this dude, is he coming up here or what? Yeah, there he is. Yeah, it was absolutely on. Once it took them a while. It took them a few years to figure out what kind of paint they wanted to do. They couldn't get it together on that. You think you saw a few CSX, C30-7s on CSX trains? That's before I started taking pictures. CSX used to dog there often. Yeah, C30s. When I was working, we had tons of C30s. They were on a lot of the rock trains, the rock and the ballast trains. Just about all those trains had CSX or Conrail C30s all the time. Two or three C30-7s. That's probably some of the last like all GE consists you could see. Minus the trains like the Rocket had the GEs on it, but interesting fact, Conrail C38-2s, only two of them were special as their main headlight was instead of vertical were horizontal. That's right. Yeah, they like it's like going to the dash 8s. Got a good look at the shoreline units waiting at a crossing in my hometown the other day. Two SD40-2s. I don't know as much about locomotives. You guys, it was cool to see. Yeah, I love locomotives. I like the machine. Just any kind of machine. Machinery fascinates me. I love machines. You can't get a better machine than a locomotive as far as like how they work. Downloading Run 8 hasn't changed one bit. It says after you made your purchase, you will be emailed a link to download product 24 hours next business day. See, I'm now skeptical. I think it's automated though. I'm almost certain it's automated now. Before they used to have to do it by hand. So like I think the way it worked is they would get a list of like purchases in the email, the buyers, and then they'd have to go through them and send a link to the email provided. I want to say it's automated now though. I could be wrong, but I thought it was automated. When I was in college, I used the U18B GP16s and other slug sets for golly ship. Yeah, the GP16s were super cool. I remember those. There were tons of them all over the place in the 80s and 90s, early 90s. And then about 93, they all went away. Like they were there and then they were gone. Like literally in the blink of an eye, they were gone. I remember seeing trains come through town that had like 4 of those things on it. And they sounded really good. Those were neat locomotives. But young, like I said, if you have problems, get it. Just make sure check your spam. Send Run 8 an email. Send their support an email. They'll hook you up. You just had your first derailment in Railroader, dude. You're lucky then. If you got 43 days into it, this is your first derailment. I've had a ton. I've had a ton of derail. I've had some bad ones in game. Or is it 38.8? They're better now. Really, I need some more log cars too. Honestly, like we need some more. We may have to start running a unit log and pulpwood train. All right, so are we done? We got our logs taken care of. I think we're good, guys. I kind of wish this one would go ahead and unload the rest of the way. All right, now he's good. Well, it didn't clear it out. Why did it not clear it out? It's still, they're empty, but there we go. It just took them a second. That was kind of odd. Let's go spot these guys up real fast. These logs are like very, very important. Yeah, I wish this stuff wasn't that important to move. Need daylight. There is no sun in this game. Yeah, it's the thing is like I can't not work during the night in this game because it can mess you up. Like you've got so much stuff to do. We'll be in the daylight in a second. You bought Run 8 on Christmas Eve, waited 24 hours and you get an email, so I sent them one, had a leak within an hour or two. Yeah, I've heard that they get on that stuff pretty quick. Like if you shoot them an email, let them know. You sent GP9 to pick up Cole Robinson, and then you get the empties from your Larkin Extension Park on the Y. GP9 went the wrong way. Ran into the gondola. Only derailed the boxcar. Oh, dude, you hadn't had a good derailment yet. Like I said, I derailed like 12 cars. So all you had to do is let them know you didn't have... Yeah, just let them know. Just... Yeah. Save all that stuff. Transact... Yeah, save all that stuff. 901 is absolutely right. Save all that information. And they can hook you up. If something happens, they can absolutely hook you up. Save the installers too, yeah. That's another good thing. Back all that stuff up somewhere. Keep it on a flash drive or something. Or an external hard drive. Keep it somewhere. Casey done dealt with Pirate Pete. They don't even have Pirate Pete anymore, right? Did you still get the pirate outfit and all that stuff? That was kind of funny. How that worked out. Bought Ray when it first came out, version 1, never upgraded, and then they tried to make you pay for it. The Run 8 definitely needs a better shopping cart system. I wish you could buy multiple things at one time, and I wish you could use PayPal. I mean, PayPal is just easy. It's easier for, like, all my gaming stuff is separate, so I know exactly what I spend on it and what I make, and everything's, like, it's easier to keep up with it that way. So when version 2 came out. Is making pirate lines and lost control. Yeah, I had a visual associated with it too, right? Like it had some kind of pirate outfit or something. And it makes you walk really slow and you couldn't fly around, you couldn't do anything. It made the game like a living hell. There's no way you could play it as Pirate Pete. Like, it would suck like no tomorrow. Now you're about to convince your dad to get Run 8 and he's in Maryland for a couple months. It's just great. I'm sure you talked to him, right? Talk to him and ask him about it, maybe. Their version I had didn't even have AI at all. Even if you save the installers, you still need transaction code. I remember when Run 8 didn't have hump yards. I remember that first update in V1 that added the hump yard at Barstow. Run 8 really needs a new set of in-game content. I understand they reuse some stuff, but on every new route should have at least 20. Dude, AGS does. AGS has a ton of new stuff in game. I was really surprised how much new stuff they had scenery wise in game. All right, with that guy will spot up. I need him to get on the spot, and then we'll go to the next day. We'll kind of get an idea of what's going on. He's almost there. Yeah, AGS is good. AGS has a lot of stuff. But it's that whole, it's like I said earlier, time is money, money is time. You know, and just having just a handful of people to work on that stuff. How many days are you into the game? I'm like 45. Yeah, day 45 right now. 45 to 46. They're even, yeah, they are. You're right. They are updating areas. I know, I even think they updated some stuff on the A-line too. A few things here and there. It's very subtle. And like, it's hard to catch it unless you know to look for it, right? Like, I see stuff that I think has changed. I'm like, was it been that way, or is it like, has it changed? Oh, the shops on Horseshoe. Yeah. Yeah, those shops are kind of a big deal. But a huge part of it. Yeah, that's true. All right, good. Let's advance today, guys. 6 a.m. There we go. Let there be light. We've got lights. Okay, now let's set these guys over. I hate this place. It's such a pain to work. All right, yeah, so still 45 to 46. The sunshine exists. You're right. Yeah, it's just you can't afford. I used to never work at night in this game. Like, as soon as it got dark, but I could have everything done in the span of daylight. But it's like now, I can't get everything to flip in the span of daylight. It takes, like, you have to wait on things to load, and like I have to wait on the pulpwood to load, and the pulpwood has to go on the southbound train. Maybe these 10 other wood racks will help that out a little bit. It won't be quite as pressing of an issue to get them, but like, you always pack up shop by early afternoon or whenever the switching work is done. Which area do I like to switch best in game? I like Whittier. Whittier's okay. Bryson's not bad. The paper mill is probably my least favorite because it's more involved. There's more stuff going on with the paper mill. Yeah, I do need to turn that back some. You're right. I cranked it up so you guys could see a little better at night. Need to go back to about, I think it was at 0.5. Maybe crank it up a little bit more. All right, let's see what the sawmill looks like log-wise. 33.6. Yeah, we really need another set of log cars too. Honestly, we need probably about 10 more of those. 8. I think I've been running them in 8 car sets. It takes 21 a day. These have got to be getting close to being shopped. Yeah, 92%. That's the Locomotive. 94%. We need to check the oof, yeah, we gotta check the journal oil. 8700. Something I always forget. We're gonna wind up with a hot box before it's over with. Especially on these captive cars, it's really easy to get in a bad way. Yeah, this guy, he's going to have to be shopped sooner than later. And then at some point, we got to start thinking about overhaul. $96. These aren't too bad. Yeah, they were bad. I've hit those up at some point. I run log cars that hold 6 logs on each, so less switching. That's a good idea. Yeah, more logs, less cars. We made it. Yeah, the next purchase I make maybe may need to be those. Which ones are those, Hammer? Yeah, Sawmill at T5, but I got the mod that allows 12 logs per car. I'll have to make 1 run a day for 90 logs. I supplement the logs on mine from the Walker branch. I did do that starting out when I needed to fill the tonnage out on that train. But with the Robinson Gap coal, not so much now. You're not sure you're not home? Yeah, let's see. What are we up to money wise? 12, almost 13,000. That's not bad. Is it a mod? Hammer, is it a mod you got for the 6, or is it? These are 50 ton cars for the, yeah, for the. The 6 is a mod. Okay. Yeah, I need to get that then. MVW's mod. Okay. That would definitely make it easier. Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that, MD, when I'm just kind of browsing Nexus. All right, let's go grab that other cut. It's never ending on here. Like, it just goes and goes and goes. Okay, we grab these. All right, we need to go down to Silva and see what that mess looks like real fast. What we got going on in Silva? Oh, we don't even have an open track. Oh, that sucks. That sucks. All right, well, we're going to shove something to the paper mill, run around it. I'm going to take these wood racks up there. We got to take them up there anyway. I mean, really, they need to go the whole way, so. Mother Slug says, I'll catch you later. 4 hours flew by. Have a good one. All right, Mother Slug, I appreciate it. I hope you have a good rest of your day. We'll catch you later. I'm fixing to end this up, too. It's getting kind of late. We've been at it a while. We got a lot of stuff here. Those Robinson cars, Larka cars. Those are all Larkas. Paperboard. Hillsboro. Whittier's. There's like no Aylas today, just a handful of Risons. Oh, yeah, we're going to have to sort this out, run around it, and the Silva mod makes 6 or 7 tracks, I think, at the yard. Yeah, I may have to consider that. You're running an SD40 and run it, you can hear the steam chug in the background. Yeah, we've got a little bit we've got a little bit to do here. A little bit of a mess now because our train's on the wrong side. These wouldn't have fit anyway. Yeah, those wouldn't have fit either way. Yeah, they sure wouldn't have. They wouldn't have fit. What's it look like color wise? These are all okay. I'm okay with the color on these. I gotta figure out how many of these I want to go to the paperboard and how many to Parsons. Maybe 8 and 2, or all 10 to paperboard. Man, I'm not sure. We could always change it up. I wish there was a way to easily tell like exactly what's going to what. Yeah, I don't know. Gotta go help mom. Just have a good rest of the stream and rest your day, everyone. All right, Hoosier, I hope you have a good day too. We'll catch you next time. See you later in the week. Yeah, I think we're going to go ahead and wrap this up here before I get involved in all this. Like, this is a whole other hours worth of work. Hours and hours worth of work right here. Absolutely. That's a ton of work, guys. I keep watching that one video you posted. You ran on Run 8. Okay, I did the 784 local. This is your favorite video? Really? That's your favorite on the whole channel? That's the one I ran out of Taft, the local up to Orlando in that way. I think that was right. That was the Taft local. We ran it with the 1 GP40. This stuff straighten out real fast. Yep, Bluegrass says have a good one. Absolutely, Bluegrass. You have a good one too. Case says there's a few different sizes for the silver and change. Someone made a turntable mod. Yeah, I don't want to go too crazy down here if I did that. I'm not sure. I'm on the fence about that. Like, I can make this work. I'm not like 100% yeah, sure on that. I don't want to add a whole lot of track mods. kind of play it by ear, see how it happens. What is Robinson? We can go to tier 4 on Robinson now. Sweet, let's do that. So we're slowly but surely making our way up there to tier 5. T5 on Robinson. All right, guys, we're going to end this up here. It's been a good day. It's been a good stream. I've enjoyed it. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Thanks Casey, Bluegrass, Young, Hoosier, MD, Mother Slug, Hammer, and so many. Hope I don't miss everyone. You guys know I appreciate you. Rusty, 901. Yeah, we've had a ton of people in here over the duration. All right, guys, y'all have a good rest of your day. Take care. We'll catch you next time. Probably have a we'll do a video tomorrow in the Thursday stream. So love all of you. Have a good day. Peace.